Members, I'll reopen the meeting and I'll hand over for item 9.4 to Kevin Jeffries, the Acting General Manager, in the absence of Nick Hauser. Over to you, Kevin.
Thank you, Mr Mayor and Councillors. Happy New Year to you all. I'm filling in for Nick. I'm not acting. Nick is back at work, but unfortunately he's isolating. And he indicated he'd rather be here than isolating at home with his children. So, just as a reminder, we have had a complaint this morning about the council meeting about the wearing of masks. When you are indoors, unless you're eating or drinking or speaking, you do need to be wearing a mask. It's just a general reminder.
Right.
Mr Mayor, the report is here.
Councillor Summerfield, you have a question?
Yes, if I could please. We're actually distancing 1.5 metres apart, and so according to Queensland Health website, unless that's changed, we don't actually need to wear a mask, and we had that discussion yesterday to ensure we had clarity around making sure we were operating correctly according to the guidelines.
Yeah, and the guidelines still encourage people to wear it where possible, even if they can socially distance. But
It's my understanding the complaints came in respect to us getting up and walking around. Is that true?
Yeah.
Yep. I certainly had mine on. Just a reminder.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The report's there tabled, and I'll take any questions.
Are there questions for the Acting GM? Councillor Shine.
No, thanks, Mayor. I was just wondering, in relation to that first item under Parks and Recreation, Conservation and Pest Management, is that quite a radical departure from previous help that property owners had with respect to weed control? It would appear to me that it's going to be organised and paid for by that fund from the, I think, federal government,
Yes.
as opposed to the farmers being responsible for what happens in their own properties.
And you are quite right. It is a new proposal to rather than try and tackle weeds on an individual property basis. As you know, weeds don't restrict themselves to individual properties. So it's taking more of a holistic view around management of pest weeds over a bigger and greater area. So it is a new initiative.
No, it sounds like a worthwhile one. Just wondering if I could ask a second question in relation to the Toowoomba Region Sports Precinct, Charlton. The completion of the cultural heritage site inspections occurred on existing council-owned land. Just wondering, were there any issues as a result of that? Any cultural sites that were discovered or whatever?
I'll have to take that one on notice and come back to councillors.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions for Kevin? Councillor McMahon.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Kevin. Just quickly picking up on, we've obviously got the tree cutting services in high demand, the mowing services in high demand. The dog complaints have been quite in high demand. Just wondering if your team is on top of the temporarily increased workload and how that's going in general.
This time of the year is always busy, particularly in the Parks and Reserves area, and the event on Sunday morning doesn't help because they were out there cleaning up yesterday with a lot of broken branches and trees. The grass growing is, we've got contractors assisting our own teams to try and manage that. Other areas, yes, we are prioritising work because we are limited. We've got some, as was talked about earlier this morning, about labour and trying to attract staff. We are prioritising some of that work and making sure the stuff that has to be done is done, and then we'll catch up on others when we've got staff on board. But at the moment, we are managing. COVID's not helping that situation with the number of positive cases as well.
And sorry, just to follow up, are we subcontracting external, for example, mowing businesses or?
Yes.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Any further questions for the GM? Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think it's probably timely for us as councillors to recognise the efforts that have been done by across our council in response to the storm, because I saw on Facebook that we had people there at just after 5 a.m. in the morning, helping to clean up and whatever, and through particularly ISG and Environment and Community, been tremendous effort on behalf of our staff. And I know we all appreciate that, and I know our community does too, but it's all extra work, and it does, you know, we need to be realistic when we have expectations of what's to be done when these things come up, and I know we are, but I'd just like for Mr Brady and Mr Jeffries to pass those thoughts of councils back onto them and thank them very much. Thank you.
Thank you. I will.
No, there's certainly been a lot of work done, and we've noticed that when I drove around Sunday afternoon, there were people out working, our people, and of course Monday morning that it was on, and as a big grouping of people came together, so we ought to be very thankful for that, and I think I'm sure that I have the absolute support of everyone in this room to be thankful to our staff for what they do. Anything else? Kevin, I'll be putting it into pathways, but I received a complaint late yesterday evening regarding security at a cemetery, Crow's Nest Cemetery, and the loss of items from there. Is there anything that we can do about that? I'll be putting it into pathway, but is there a system in place that we can check on that?
It depends on which cemetery you're talking about. Again, I'd have to take that on notice.
Yep. Okay. I'll give you the detail. Anything else? Anybody has any questions? Someone like to move the receipt of that report, please? So Councillor Tim McMahon, Councillor Bill Carl, those in favour? That is carried. We'll move then to item 9.5, which is the Finance and Business Strategy Report. Anne-Marie.
Good morning again, councillors. I'll take the report as read and happy to take any questions.
Any questions for the GM? Councillor Von Hoff, then Councillor Melissa Taylor, then Councillor Megan.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Anne-Marie. Page 3 of 4 of the report, you've got the pie charts with the local supplier spend again. And I've asked a few times, but I'll ask again, that we get information on the professional services local spend. And it's important that we get that, because if we want to focus on arresting a brain drain from the region and also recruiting professionals, that information will be really useful data for us to plan strategies. So if we could get that, that would be really wonderful.
And thank you, councillor. I apologise for the delay with that information. I believe you have received that information this morning. An email has been sent to council, so I know it's much later than you should have. The challenges that we've had with that, with extracting that information, is how the purchase orders have been raised in various branches and not actually using the correct code. The centralised procurement will certainly address this issue. So we know where procurement has been centralised, the information is far more accurate. So we are working on, that's the information as extracted from the system, but we know that when you're raising purchase orders throughout the organisation, different people call it different things instead of professional services. So we've got a team looking at how the purchase orders are being raised, make sure they're being modified, so that we get that information that you've requested.
Okay, I appreciate that. And the benefit is obviously for council, but it's the whole region, because all of the organisations in the region that are undertaking major projects, they're all crying out for these same professional services. So if we can get people here who have those skills and get them to stay here, then we're the winners. So thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Melissa, was it? Councillor Melissa,
Chair.
you had a question?
Thank you. Thank you, Anne-Marie. Sorry, Acting General Manager Anne-Marie. Just a question on page 1 of your... Two questions, if I may. First one is page 1. talking about stakeholder engagement, I noticed that it says total registered participants are 3,373. Is this out of the total population of the Toowoomba region? And if so, seems a little bit light on. How do we encourage engagement? You know, because I talked a little bit earlier with General Manager Mike about the sustainable transport strategy in community engagement coming up. So, you know, it's really important that we get that engagement from our community. So can you just talk to me a little bit about that, please?
I have to take that one on board, but I realise the point that you are raising, just with total registrations compared to our population. So I'm happy to take that one on board and address that one.
That'd be great. Thanks, Anne-Marie, appreciate that. And my second question, if I may, thank you, is on page 2, talking about the key positions being recruited for the PCE branch. Can you elaborate on what positions they are, please?
So up to the recruitment of Rosita Jacobs, we had a structure within the PCE branch that was business partnering. So there was a team supporting each group within council. This new structure that was approved by the CEO before Christmas has more of a functional structure. So we will have a workplace relations team, a learning, organisational development and engagement team, a an attraction and retention team. So we're currently out to the market to recruit those senior positions and in the final stages of recruiting the learning, organisational development and engagement role, which is a key role to address some of the issues we discussed yesterday.
Thank you.
Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, you had a question?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I was just curious, Anne-Marie, about the real estate portal on page 2, where it says from July to December 2021, the volume of telephone inquiries from the real estate and solicitor sectors reduced by 24% when compared to the corresponding period for 2020. This demonstrates the value of the portal given the continued strong property activity within the area. So the usage has dropped, hasn't it?
So that is phone calls have dropped.
Oh,
So
I see.
So
I'm with you,
the
sorry.
volume of telephone
Gotcha.
inquiries. So rather than, so whenever someone makes a telephone inquiry now, we're directing them,
Yeah,
we're addressing the
okay.
concern and then directing them to the portal.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any further questions for the GM? Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Mr Chair. Through you to Anne-Marie. In regard to the permanent staff turnover, and I note, this has been something that councillors particularly have had their eye on, as has ELT. December is an encouraging result under the benchmark. Given the current situation with staffing, working at home and what have you, how can you just give us a bit of a taste of the temperature or the feeling of staff, given that we are now in another change from, albeit we've had a practice run of working at home, but now we're in a different stage again, and keeping in mind that some of those staff may or may not have worked from home last time, and they are now. So can you just give us a taste or flavour of how the staff are feeling in regard to this?
So we started pushing for that work from home the week before Christmas, and we know quite a few staff members took the opportunity to ensure they were set up with their systems working before they went on leave, so that they could start working from home if they had to when they returned from leave. So we had that close down period between Christmas and the New Year, and certainly we have quite a number of staff, particularly in the planning area, who are working from home, but in customer service and across the organisation, ICT, about 50% of the ICT team are working from home. We have got, within financial services, again, quite a large number. So I think there were 8 people in PCE yesterday, with the rest all working from home.
And so I guess just following on from that, because of ICT's good work of making sure they're connected, they're probably connecting as much now as what they would be if they were in the actual work environment. Would that be fair to say?
Sorry?
No, they're connecting via whatever Teams
Yes.
or whatever it may be.
Yes, so
So
we
there is a
haven't yet.
connection.
So during, in 2020, when we had the first wave of staff working from home, we ensured we had sufficient Citrix licenses to address all our requirements. We haven't reached the upper end of where we were in 2020 at this stage, so we are managing well with licenses requirements to look after anyone that can and is able to work from home.
Just to follow up, if I could, it's a different subject, Mr Mayor.
Yes.
The vacancy number seems to be ever increasing at the greatest height it's ever been, in fact, 176 or 175. The A in the table, I gather that's for acquisitions for 113, that's full?
Now, the A is Stream A, indoor.
Oh, it's Stream A is
predominantly
indoor. Okay, so
predominantly
113.
office-based staff, and BC is our outdoor workers.
Good, thanks for clarifying that, Henry. So, given that we've got 175 vacancies and we're talking about pressures and outsourcing business as usual work, do we have any strategies in place of how we can deal with helping this out? Is that something that...
Yes, we had a strategy in place just before Christmas that we trialled for engineers, which was very successful for the project services team. We are rolling out the same strategy for property, for planning. And this is before we're out to the market to recruit that lead in this area to help us implement the strategies. But we know with the team that are working in PCE at the moment, they've had some good success with strategies to date.
That's encouraging then.
It is,
An
yes.
innovative way of doing things, I'd suggest. Just touching, and we spoke about it earlier in the review, the overall review, consolidated financials. We are up for a review for our financial sustainability, or our modelling of a rating, I should say, of sound with a neutral outlook, QTC rating. Is the fact that we are overspending in our budget so far for materials and struggling to a degree with our capital program delivery, is that something that will impact or could impact that rating? And if so, is Budget Review 2 seen by QTC as an opportunity to correct some of that?
Yes, so certainly with the last credit review we had, one of the issues that was raised was our inability to deliver our capital works programme as adopted. And we find ourselves, I suppose, in the same situation as that's certainly something QTC will be looking at, the measures that we have put in place since the last credit review. We are currently being audited for our budget development and our budget actuals. So there's something that are very much to the forefront of all our discussions at the moment.
Thank you. Thanks for that. Appreciate it.
Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, you have a question?
Just to comment, BR2 will be an interesting discussion, I would
Yes.
say. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Oh, thank you, Mr Mayor. General Manager, I asked you this question yesterday, but I probably didn't make myself very clear. I just want to know about the leave provisions for people who can't work from home but are close contacts. Do they need to use their sick leave? Are they able to use their sick leave, or what's the
So our
circumstance?
policy is if employees are in breach of council's leave policy, they must bring whatever area they're in breach of the policy within line with the policy in the first instance, and then pandemic leave will be provided.
I'm sorry, I probably don't understand that. So if they are close contacts and they need to isolate,
And they can't work from home.
yeah,
So then they need to use excess leave in the first instance. So if they've got excess annual leave, long service leave, banked time in excess of our current policy, that has to be used first.
okay,
And then pandemic leave is available.
okay. Thank you.
Well, Councillor Shine and then Councillor Summerfield.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Just looking at page 36, the local supplier spend, I noticed that last year was set a record of 64%, and this month already exceeding that. So congratulations are due to your section, but all sections of the council for that great work for our local community.
Thank you.
Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Chair. And thanks, Anne-Marie, for your report. Just in relation to inbound calls at the Customer Service Centre, I noticed that the 30-second result is in for the last month, but I just wondered whether the out-of-hours calls are actually included in that, and if they're not, perhaps they could be another line item. And the example I use, and I know you're aware of this, I waited 17 minutes to be answered the other day for a burst water pipe at about 8 o'clock at night, and that's really just not good enough, really. And what had happened was the people who had discovered this burst water pipe, they tried to ring 131 and were told that they would get a call back, and they waited and waited for a call back and didn't get it. And then I contacted one of the staff, and they tried to ring the 131 number. I tried to ring the 131 number. They gave me the option of a call back or just hang on the line. I hung on the line and it was 17 minutes. So I think it's important that we monitor that service, particularly, you know, this was only a small water pipe, but imagine if it was a major pipe burst in the city or anywhere really, where you're losing a lot of water and possibly impacting on other infrastructure. So it could be actually quite urgent. And I just think it's important that we monitor that out-of-hours service as well. Maybe it's another line item on this table or something.
Happy to include that one, and I can confirm these are our staff's response, where we monitor and manage the output. So we certainly do monitor our after-hours service, but I'll ensure that we include something going forward in the report.
Yeah, good. And as an addition, our staff were notified. The staff member I contacted got in touch with the on-call staff, and they were there in a jiffy and got in and fixed it straight away, which was a really great outcome, but we do have a bit of a weakness there. So then just on the next page in relation to the turnover rate, I wondered, have we, you know, we've still got high numbers there. I know they're within just under target there. I just wonder, have we implemented interviewing every staff member who leaves now as part of the processes moving forward to ensure that we capture the reasons why and that data's collated?
Yes, formal exit interviews for every staff member with details of why they're leaving and if we could have done anything better. And that report is provided to the executive leadership team on a monthly basis.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Are there any further questions for the GM? If not, would someone like to move the receipt of that report? Councillors Shine and McDonald, those in favour? That's carried.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Anne-Marie. I'll now call on Brian for the Chief Executive Officer's monthly report for January 2022.
Good morning, councillors. I'll take the report as read and happy to answer any questions that you may have in relation to the report.
Are there any questions for CEO, Councillor Von Hoff?
Thanks, Chair. Hi, Brian. I was listening to the radio this morning and Sally McManus from the ACTU was speaking about rapid antigen tests for workers and the shortages currently. Once that isn't such an acute problem, she was talking about the responsibility on employers to provide safe work environments for workers, and that rapid antigen tests are going to be a really important part of that. So my question is, what work is Council doing on securing rapid antigen tests, and if there's not rapid antigen tests to be secured currently, what strategies are being worked on to secure them once the flow of stock starts to come through?
Okay. Thank you for your question. We have, as you said before, it's the availability is the issue at this point in time, and we have already placed orders in place. We've got, my understanding is that we've got 300 rapid antigen tests arriving later this week or early next week to our organisation. But because there's a limited amount of, or number available to us, we will have to be fairly judicious in how we actually use and allocate those until the supply catches up. So at this point in time, we've identified critical workers within Toowoomba Regional Council that are essential, that we try to do everything to keep them on board and obviously to look after them and the people that they work with, so to stop transmissions amongst their own team, because it's important that we maintain those critical workers. So maintaining critical service, that will be the priority at this point in time, and the allocation and the use of those 300. We have future orders coming in at this point in time of another 300 per month. I think that might be all we can access at this point in time, but obviously we'll catch up. So judiciously allocating what we've got at this point in time, making sure that we use those appropriately to keep as many people on board in those critical areas is the best we can do at this point in time, and also at all times following those health directives or anything that's subsequent that comes in relation to that. And obviously approaching the precautionary approaches that we have across the organisation as well to try to maintain that. As availability improves, we will be able to access more of those and obviously extend that out. But as we were talking about, Anne-Marie was saying before, a lot of that is about keeping people at home unless they actually need to be in the workplace. Keep them separate until this wave sweeps over us, basically. But for those people that have to be in the workplace, it will be based on using those in accordance with the criticality of the services that we're provided. There are some extremely critical services, the ones of community hygiene, community health in relation to water, sewage, waste. They're obviously the priorities that you need to keep going. But there are other critical services or other services that will impact the community, so it'll obviously be allocating those resources as we can see fit and doing everything we can to maintain, as a precautionary approach, the health of the people who work within our organisation and the spread within the organisation with it itself. As you're all aware, it's very difficult at this point in time to identify the source of any particular infection that may happen in the organisation. But if we need, and if people can't access rapid antigen tests and we need them to be available, we would actually have dip into our stock, obviously, to make sure we can get them on board and keep them here.
Thank you for that. That's great to hear. And the intent then, if I heard correctly, was once the supply starts to flow more freely, the 300 per month will be ramped up to accommodate more of the workforce.
Yeah, I think we'll have to have as you appreciate, it's a rapidly moving environment at this point in time, so we'll just see how that unfolds. But once the availability is there, and by that time the market may have already responded externally, and there may not be such a demand internally for that to happen, but we'll have to make sure we stay nimble and respond to the circumstances and the availability that we have.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions for the CEO? Councillor Shine?
Yeah, no, thanks, Mr Mayor. Just in relation to that topic, further to that question, the question from Councillor Von Hoff and my email to you earlier today in relation to the same matter, could I congratulate you on that decision and confirm, as I understand it, that test will be made available to all employees who want it when the supply allows, both for the welfare and the safety of our employees, but also as a lead to other businesses, employers in our community as well.
Yeah, I think it's essential that if we're asking people to be working and available within a space, a work environment, and they have concerns about being infectious with COVID-19, if they ask for that, we'll make it available, but for our peace of mind as well. But I think we would ask also that they share those results with us so that we can actually then plan for whatever contingency comes out of whether they're infectious or not. So it'd be a give and take situation.
Further questions? Councillor Summerfield?
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Brian. Just in relation to SDR, the new branch, I noticed there's been quite a shift of staff. I think 7 I counted have been moved out of the branch. So how many are left?
I haven't got that figure available at this stage. I can get that for you externally.
Okay, thank
to
you.
hear. Yeah. There are positions we need to recruit in that area though, as well.
So we're going to increase the size of the branch, really, because we're retaining the 7 that are, they're going to move into other areas.
We're staying within what we agreed with the council as far as those parameters for the total staff, but what we did was we moved the staff that involved in the IT component of the business transformation strategy branch. We believe that a natural fit, rather than having them separate and just managing the new processes and systems that we introduce into council, that it's actually part of an ICT function. So we actually just moved that group of people over to ICT.
Which makes sense to me.
Makes sense.
So then I wonder, Brian, we'll still stay within the parameters of the number of full-time equivalent staff that we agreed
Yeah,
to?
well, we've always tried to stay within the total number of staff that we've got there. We're actually we're probably going to have less than we think we proposed initially, but we've got to stay within, obviously, the budget allocation and the staff limitations within that group and also within that branch.
Yeah, no, sorry, when I said the parameters for the number of staff, I meant for the organisation as a whole, not really
definitely,
that. Yep, thanks.
Are there any further questions for the CEO? If not, would someone like to move the receipt of that report, please? Councillor McDonald and Shine. Those in favour? That's carried. Thank you, Brian. Move then to my report. It's very brief. As many of you would remember, we attended on the 17th of December the short-term land supply meeting at City Hall. Then went to the over 80s Christmas party at Mulmerran, which was surprisingly well attended, with a lot of people from, in fact, the Pittsworth area who decided to come out there, and it ended up to be quite a useful event. I wasn't sure how it would go, but quite a few people there. I left for holidays on the 22nd of December and I returned on the 16th of January. And in that time, I would like to thank Councillor McDonald for doing the COVID thing and the necessary things that had to be done during that period. I had a beautiful break away from everything. I think during the month, there's the letter that we've received, the advice we received from Minister Butcher in respect to the new bulk water supply agreement and the potential there is to develop that. I think that's put us in a position now where when developers come to town, there's a reference point in regard to future water for Toowoomba, and I think that's going to be helpful. It's always been a restriction for us here. I think in the coming month there are a couple of things that may or may not happen. At this point in time, there's a trip to Canberra being organised by the Council of Mayors in South East Queensland, which I will lead in the absence of the Lord Mayor, in regard to meeting with the various members of Parliament on both sides prior to the coming election later on this year. On the 18th and 19th of February, there is currently a planned board meeting and strategy period for the Council of Mayors in South East Queensland, so I'll be attending both of those if they still happen. But there's nothing else, I don't think, that I need to add to that. Are there any questions? Councillor McDonald.
Just a question, Mr Mayor, if I could. We formulated as a council, if you like, a budget and budget list for the state government.
Oh, yes.
We also formulated an election wish, if you like, for the federal government.
Yep.
Did you want to just touch on both?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I just overlooked that. On the 17th, there was a teleconference with the federal member, Garth Hamilton, in respect to the priorities that we have prepared in that document regarding the coming federal election. And there's a lot of commonality there between ourselves and our attitude here that came out of this room and what the local member sees. And as well as that, we were able to, that of course, the first one is obviously the road to Highfields. The second road, which I think is critically important at this point in time, given the numbers that we were given in terms of traffic growth. Secondly, the Neil Street culvert was well accepted, and quite a bit of discussion around that in the phone hookup we had with the federal member the other day. And we've also sought his support in terms of funding for the Crow's Nest situation with the sewerage. And I know, Councillor Summerfield, you may have had contact with the David Littleproud, in regard to the Crow's Nest funding. I think that's important. That's, of course, in his seat, and it'd be important that we continue to do that. But Garth Hamilton is certainly going to mention it to him. And so those three priorities that we had are very well accepted by the local federal member as being possibilities. And I think the discussion you brought up this morning in regard to the Neil Street culvert, Councillor McDonald, was a result of that discussion we had the other day, and the prospect that was put forward by the federal member, Garth Hamilton. Any other questions? Councillor Shine?
Bearing in mind the forthcoming election as well.
Yes, and that's exactly what the trip to Canberra is about, and I'll certainly be taking that with me, those three priorities that we'll be handing over to everybody I meet from either side of politics in Canberra. Councillor Von Hoff.
Thank you, Chair. I've had contact from a fair few members of the public asking about the costings of the bulk water supply agreement, and of course there were questions asked by journalists as well. And I've explained that at the moment we have an agreement with Seqwater, and those details are commercial in confidence, and if I were to give that information I'd be breaching a contract, and that would not be good for this region. And that the Minister also has discretion to release that information. And I've also been told that under the previous agreement, when freedom of information requests have been made, the details of the old agreement were released. And my question, perhaps through you to the CEO, I don't know the truth of those claims or not, but if there is a successful freedom of information request about the costings of the agreement with an individual, is that something then that council would release more generally to the public, because they're not considered to be, or there's been a ruling that they're not considered to be commercial in confidence, or does it just go to a particular individual?
If the information is discoverable through freedom of information or right to information legislation, first of all, they'll actually clear with all those parties and engage with all the affected parties, being both sides of both parties in the contract, to make sure that it's appropriate to release that within their legislation boundaries. So they do that, and then if the RTI process or releases information to that party, generally, as a matter of course, that information is actually then available to the public. So unless there's good reason not to divulge that, as a general rule, that information would be available. So things that are discovered under the RTI would be available, and probably under that case, just from my own experience, but I would think that they would make that available for the community, or wouldn't object to that being released to the community.
Thank you.
I think in respect to the water agreement, there's quite a journey ahead of us, but at least something's been done, and the relationship with Glenn Butcher in this area particularly, and some of my mayoral colleagues, is excellent, and I think we can certainly gain a fair bit from that. And I'm thankful. I'm quite happy to work with Minister Butcher. He's been quite positive about things. Are there any other questions? Not, would someone like to move the receipt of that report, please? Councillor McDonald. Seconder, please. Councillor Carol Taylor. Those in favour? That's carried. We move then, councillors, to item 12, which is the Development Assessment Regional Development Statistics Report. Over to you, Stuart.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Basically, the report is on the agenda there in all glorious colour. But just a summary of what's there is that in October we had 59 new lots approved, that's RALs, and in November we had 4. Sealed lots we had 36 in October and 44 in November. The new detached dwellings were about the same for each month, around 80 dwellings per month. And the units, we had actually 18 units approved in October, which was a reasonable number. But in November it dropped back to about 6. The total number of building applications approved across the region by, not just by council, but by all building certifiers, increased from 328 in October to 341 in November. However, interestingly enough, I think a lot of those buildings were sheds, etc., because the actual value dropped by about $2 million. Went from $48 million in October to $46.4 million in November. I have actually got handouts, if councillors are interested, in the pipeline, what I call pipeline of lots. These are the lots that are currently being constructed through the operational works approvals process of council. And just really to quickly summarise, basically pre-Christmas actually two developments went on maintenance, which means that the lots were then sealed subsequent to the on maintenance, which means that the construction was finalised. That amounted to a total of 41 lots. That was at the end of December. And then there were a number of residential developments that are currently being constructed and should go on maintenance and hence be sealed by March of this year, and that total is about 344 lots. The additional lots that are in the process and probably won't make it by the third month, by March, but should be certainly well and truly approved and sealed by June, amounts to about 77 lots. They're the ones, and I just emphasise, they're the ones that are currently being constructed. These are not the ones that are currently receiving operational works approvals right now, and there's quite a few in that category, and I don't have the figures for the lots on those. But if councillors were happy, I do have a number of copies of that which might be useful for them. I might leave it there and take questions.
Are there any questions for General Manager Stewart? No questions? If not, a copy of those reports is available to you, and I think we move now to a motion receiving that report, please. Councillor Carol Taylor and Councillor Megan O'Hara-Sullivan. Those in favour? That's carried. Thank you very much, Stuart.
Thank you.
Move then to item 13, which is the implementation of smoke testing inspection program in the sewerage system in Toowoomba City, February to May 2022. Damien, you presenting this? Oh, come on down, Phil. Yeah. Innovative.
Morning, Mr. Mayor, councillors. That would help. Thank you, Stuart. Good morning, councillors. Good morning, Mr. Mayor. This report's just to have a approval of implementation of smoke testing program for February to May. The reason behind this, of course, is that by the use of smoke testing, we can identify any illegal connections into the system. We can identify any faults within our system itself. So if there's leaks from manholes, any joint connections or tree root infiltration, etc., we can also identify that for maintenance purposes. So this is a standard process that we go through a couple of times each year, which we bring to council, as we are required to get a resolution from council to do a selective inspection program under the Local Government Act. So a selective inspection program allows an authorised person to enter and inspect those properties in the local government area that have been selected in accordance with objective criteria specified in the resolution. So the objective criteria are that we will be aiming to identify, as I said, illegal connections, to identify any repairs that may be needed, and to identify any blockages, etc., that may exist in the system. So it assists with our maintenance planning programs as well. So that's the core of the report. You will note, if you have that in front of you, that there is an attachment, the smoke testing areas that have been identified. One area is along Margaret Street, towards the far end of Margaret Street. We have had some maintenance issues up the far end of Margaret Street in the last 12 months. So we're running the smoke testing up there to actually be able to develop the maintenance program that we may require for that area. So that's probably it, councillors.
Are there any questions for Phil? I'd imagine this is a normal operational matter that's carried out to think about the integrity of the system. Councillor Shine?
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. Just a matter of interest, how often or how prevalent are illegal activities in this regard?
We do tend to find some every time, Councillor Shine. I wouldn't say they're prevalent, but they certainly do occur. Some of them are deliberate. Plumbers just finding the nearest point to put a house connection to. Some not so deliberate, it's just there has been a mistake made. But the process is that once we identify them, the homeowner must correct it within a certain period. They get a second warning. On the third warning, we will go in and correct it and send them the bill, basically. Or we will issue a PIN and they'll go in to the SPA system, which is the fines and penalties system. Having said that, I would suggest that maybe 30 to 35% is probably about where we get in a bad system with some of this. But you can certainly tell when we have found it, because there will either be smoke coming from the vent or the house itself will fill up with smoke. Smoke
Bit of a telltale?
It'll go back up through the kitchen sink, etc.
Wow.
Is it usually the owner of the home or the builder or a builder involved? Or?
Usually it's the builder and the plumbing that's been done with the building. However, we have found with renovations and that sort of thing where people have redone bathrooms and might have to put in a new outlet, they've just found the nearest pipe that they could connect into. So it's illegal in terms of their interfering with council's infrastructure, which in itself is illegal under the Safety and Water Supply Act. But it's also illegal in terms of the connection itself for that purpose. So it's a plumbing issue as well.
Councillor Carl?
Happy to move if there's no further questions.
Councillor Carl has moved. Is there a seconder?
Yeah.
Councillor McMahon. Anyone wishing to speak against the motion? Put the motion. Those in favour? That's carried. Thanks very much, Phil. Thanks for the work you and your team do.
Appreciate it.
Very much indeed. We'll move to item 14, which is a review of 2.59 Community Grant Policy and associated program guidelines. Come on down, guys. Kevin will do the introduction.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, this report has been around in a number of information sessions held with councillors to review all of those policies and the framework around it and the qualifications that sit within the different policies, and also looking at the funding that was available for a number of those categories and some readjustment, and your views have been incorporated into those final recommended policies. But if you've got any questions, I'll get Darryl and Gary to answer them for you.
Okay, are there any questions at this point? For anybody? Councillor Shine?
Yeah, no, thanks, Mr Mayor. I'm intrigued really by the volume of the work involved in the various categories, and it's probably something that the USQ might be interested in adopting a degree course for people to enrol to try to understand it all and remember it all. Just on that point though, is there a possibility of a small, concise pamphlet being designed just to indicate what is available in each, what amount is available in each, who can apply, and some, without going to, then they can refer in detail later on to the policies that are here, but just into one booklet covering the how many of these there are. Is there 12 or?
Thanks, Councillor Carey. We do and we will. We run sessions with the community around their PowerPoint sessions, which highlight some previous examples of funding received, what we look for in funding, those kind of things. So we're now, when this gets, when council adopts the changes around it, we'll then update that and have a little booklet that goes out. We also on the council website have what external funding is currently there, and we review that 6 monthly. It is a big process. I count grant policies, the grant guidelines in my sleep. But I think it's good to go back to council the times we do every 2 years, just to touch base to make sure the relevancies of those and are we hitting the targets we wanted. Because at the end of the day, we want to make sure that the community are getting access to good quality grant programs through there. So, but yes, we will, and I'll make sure when we do that update, I'll send it via councillors for your information as well. So it'll just be I can imagine be a 6-7 page, usually it is, fairly concise, that goes out, and we put that through our My Community directory and those ones as well. Councillor Carey.
Councillor Nancy?
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Darryl. And apologies, but I missed these workshops last year because I was unwell. But I just had a couple of questions, if I could. In the environmental grant, page 2 of 9, it says encourage environmentally sustainable travel. And I just wondered what the angle was on that. Are they just trying to get people to ride push bikes, or does that, it is focused on push bikes? So that would actually overflow into our sustainable transport strategy as well. And yeah, okay.
Councillor Nancy, there was a range of discussion at that workshop because you noticed in that there's a lot of I think it was pre-2015 priorities. So councillors at that workshop wanted to see more priorities and more opportunities than reducing. So we went back and then added, Mark Reedy went back and added a lot more options around it and a lot more options for possible funding for community groups as well.
Yeah, okay. So I guess my main concern with that was, and I really don't know what it looks like when it's a grant application to encourage environmentally sustainable travel. I don't really know what an example of that would look like, but I guess for me, I was thinking about flow-on effects and how it would cross over into other areas and to make sure that it was all okay. So then the other question I had was around the sport and rec policy where they had details around volunteer in-kind work. And it's quite steep, in my view, the detail that is required. And the thought that came to my mind was, say you had a bushy, whether that be at John Darien or anywhere across our region, who was assisting in, like the men's shed, for example, and he's a really good welder, probably better than most qualified welders, but he hasn't got a ticket. And so he's ruled out, he or she, I shouldn't just say he, but mostly men weld, but not all. But he would be ruled out because he didn't have a certificate. And yet he's probably more experienced than many welders that have got a certificate. And I just wonder whether we've got that right, whether we haven't gone too steep with the in-kind, volunteer in-kind requirements isn't the right word, but you know what I mean, where people can actually, their in-kind donation towards a grant can be quite limited based on the fact that they may not have a certificate, even though they're very good at what they do.
And I can flag that with Trent and Daniel for future, but I suppose it was just the big part of that in the discussion with the councillors around those workshops was we sort of miss out sometimes. We talk about what professional support's in it, but trying to track some of the volunteer side of it. So if we're missing those, and I think the big part is what the Sport and Rec guys were talking about, the team were talking about, was having those conversations with those groups and making sure what's in, what's out, and working through those. And we can report back to council where we're having issues around that at our next workshop, given the cycle we do is every 2 years, Councillor Nancy, as well.
Okay, thank you. I just hate a really good application to miss out simply because we've put too much detailed requirement in relation to the in-kind contribution.
And I'm more than comfortable to flag that with that and watching what applications come through. And we report back. We'll be coming back to council in April in that first round with some comments around that as well.
All right. Thanks a lot, Darryl. Appreciate it.
Are there any other questions for Darryl or Gary or Kevin? Councillor
Just
McDonald.
a question. Sorry, thanks, Mr Mayor. A couple, not majorly overly tricky, I don't think, but just touching on Councillor Summerfield's in regard to the qualifications, relevant qualifications in trade licences. So this is page 151 on board books. This is the track changes for that particular one. It's at the top there and it talks about details of the volunteers involved, including their relevant qualifications and trade licences. Perhaps a solution there might be including their relevant experience, qualifications and trade licences, which would then cover, I think, what Councillor Summerfield said, because that is quite right. You hear of that regularly. So that would then be up to the interpretation of those assessing the grant. But that may be a simple fix now that you can make that adjustment if Councillor Summerfield wanted to do that.
I'd support that. I think it's better to fix it now than 2 years down the track. It means that people have missed out because we haven't really got the wording right.
Councillor Von Hoff.
Just on that point then, through you, Chair, perhaps then the "and" has to be replaced by an "or" as well.
How would a judgment of that nature on someone's experience without qualification stand up legally?
Well, it would depend entirely on the circumstances and what you're looking at as far as experience is concerned. So I think it would this may limit an opportunity for people to volunteer, and it depends on the nature of the work.
Absolutely.
So, but this would then open it up, and I agree with Councillor Von Hoff, the "or" could be, or "and/or" could be, rather than just "and," because it makes it out that you've got to have all of those things. So that would have to be, if we change that through you, Mr Mayor, to the CEO, if we change that, okay, Wendy's doing it now, good on you. So that wasn't my question, in fact, but I think that may cover off on that issue. In regard to page 71, we talk about the round 2 moderation panel, which I'm fully supportive of, and it's something we've probably been doing, you've probably been doing as an organisation anyway, but this will formalise it. Will that take effect from this round in February, this current round for this financial year?
Yes, it will. So the reason we got to the ordinary meeting for January is because the grant program was open 1 Feb, closed 1 March, so we wanted to make those changes in the January, updated on the website and in the guidelines, and they'll go live. So that moderation one will be this financial year. Sorry.
Yeah, thanks, Darryl. And my final one is on page 73, and it may be superfluous to the document because it doesn't mean anything, but 3.10, council discretionary funds. Toowoomba Regional Council will not allocate discretionary funds that are available for distribution by councillors. Is this just historical that we've got that in there?
Yeah, it is. And I suppose just to point out, some councils have an allocation for councillors across those areas, but we had it historically in here that we don't. So,
well, I'd be in favour of just removing that out of there because it opens up ambiguity of what someone could interpret that as that there are funds available for councillors but not within this program, and there's not.
No, there's not at all.
So could we make that change as well? Perhaps, Wendy, that's on the main policy, the overarching policy, which is called the Community Grants Policy 2.59.
Are there any other questions for any of the staff here? Councillor McMahon?
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Darryl. Just a quick question back to the environment guidelines. And I know we've had a fair bit of conversation around this, you and I. I do remember raising it. We were talking about people who breed animals for release into the wild, whether it's fish or birds or whatever. And it's not necessarily control of pests. It's not necessarily habitat improvement. I'm just wondering if that kind of environmental help may be so niche that it doesn't fit into specifically any of these guidelines here. Do you have a comment on that? Do you think it's something we need to add in there, or?
I haven't got, apologies because I haven't got the environmental grant guidelines in front of me, but I know that part of the discussion that we went back with Mark Reedy was to make sure we had included whether that was the koalas, the bat safety ones, all those kind of things in there. So if that's not in there, then that was one of the points that councillors talked about at the workshop.
Yeah, Rob. And I mean, the ones at Oakey who get the native fish and put them into the lake, and I think there's some bird people that do it as well. I would just wonder if that falls through all of the cracks in that. It's not specifically any of them, and
What about community bush care initiatives?
Councillor Carroll, do you have a comment?
Thank you, Mr Chair. Look, I don't think we can be all things to all people, and I think, the only time that you would even consider something like that is if the actual whatever they were breeding was considered to be endangered. There are state and federal funds available for some of these things, and council needs to have a reality check about how much they can do. It's great we're doing some of these things. We can't support everything, and if a breed or something is regarded as being endangered species, we have the state Parks and Wildlife and the federal group that sit over that. I think I'm happy with what we've got, and I don't think we should broaden it anymore.
Councillor McMahon, you've completed your questioning.
Oh, look, Darryl, if you could look at it, it may fall within one of those categories, but just to make sure we've covered all bases. I do think it needs to be in there, and I think it's a valid...
And Councillor Tim, I wonder if it's the provide support to groups, organisations caring for sick and injured within that added element to it as well.
What if it's not sick or injured?
I know.
Anyway.
Councillor Von Hoff, you have a question?
Well, it's an idea for Councillor McMahon that might be appealing, the insertion of caring for native, sick or injured wildlife. And then those groups that you were referring to would be...
Thanks, Councillor Von Hoff. If it's already covered, Darryl, I'm happy, but if you think it needs to be inserted, I'd be very happy for that. Thanks.
Councillor Catala, any more questions in respect to this matter? If not, would someone like to move its receipt, please? So Councillor McMahon has moved. Councillor Carl has seconded that. Questions? Those in favour? It's carried. Thanks very much, Kevin, Darryl, Gary. Thank you for your work. We go to item 15, which is the Highfields Library Project, Public Art.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thanks, Kevin.
This report is a report back to council on the public art process that's been through and the recommendations from the park on the public art and what is being proposed. But I've got Nick Delaney and Andrew Nichols here to answer any questions that you've got. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, councillors. The report before you is the recommended public art inclusion for the Highfields Library project. I'll take the report as read and I'm happy to answer any questions along with Nick Delaney here, the Principal Project Manager.
Are there any questions for Andrew? Councillor Carroll, you got a question?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Not questions, but I think it's just lovely. And I think it's quite exciting. And as with the Russell Street artwork that's in train, I think, you know, we've certainly come a long way, and I think it's a really good way to, the way it's been structured now and what's come to us here is very exciting.
Any further comments around the room? Councillor Melissa Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the report. I note on page 293 of board books that the artist is actually a Brisbane artist. So I'm just wondering why we haven't engaged a local artist for the Highfields Library, which is a local library.
Thank you, Councillor. Through you, Mr Mayor. The park places significant importance on certainly engaging local artists for the public art inclusion for the Highfields Library. When the park met for the public art strategy with UAP, the public art consultant, they placed significant importance on local artists, First Nations, and addressing key themes of the project and ideas. This has certainly been included in the evaluation process. The recommended artist is not Toowoomba based, they are Brisbane based. You're correct in saying that, Councillor Taylor. However, I do entrust full confidence that UAP would put forward the best art opportunity for the project.
May I have a follow-up?
Yes, certainly.
Thank you. Did we have any local artists apply?
Yes, we did, Councillor. We had a total of 3 go through the shortlisting selection process. Unfortunately, only 2 shortlisted came to the park and they were both non-local. However, that was based on the combined selection and evaluation criteria which was set out through the public art strategy.
Okay. I just want to put it out there that I'm disappointed that it's not a local artist. You know, we've got so much talent in our area and it's disappointing that we've had to go outside the region to put such a significant piece of artwork on, you know, on a beautiful public area that is not local. Thank you.
Thanks very much for those comments. Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I just wanted to respond to Councillor Melissa's query about how local she was. So my recollection is that she has got some connection to the area. I can't remember what it was. Both of the artists had some, not actually living there, but there is some connection with either family or, yeah, some connection. But I mean, as part of this process for this, I was really pleased with the 2 that came as from UAP, and I think, are we limiting ourselves if we're only ever going to have local artists? I understand what you're saying, but I think, you know, that we need to broaden out our range of work that we have.
Yeah,
Councillor Shine, you have a question?
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. Could I just support Councillor Melissa Taylor's comments in relation to the disappointment that there isn't apparently qualified artists in the Toowoomba region in the view of those who had to make that decision. It's been a matter of complaint to me in the past that local artists have been disappointed, for example, that the Cathro Park project didn't include local artists to the extent that it might have been able to. That Toowoomba is, well known for its artistic excellence, and I just endorse what Councillor Melissa said, that's disappointing. The other thing, that I, just as a non-artistic person, so I'm hesitant to make any critique of what's been suggested or what's being proposed here, that the subject matter really related to this region's connection with the Bunya Mountains, and I was hoping personally that what might have been able to be produced, particularly if it had had that local content in it from contributors, that the region of Highfields itself, or the locality of Highfields itself, might have been more pronounced in its history, whether including Indigenous history, but also including European settlement, particularly the German farmers around that Highfields area, that some artistic representation may have been possible to incorporate a more extensive portrayal of the history of that area than what is what the PARG has recommended, and I voted in favour of it as well, I must say. So just with those comments in support of Councillor Melissa Taylor's point of view. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Shine. Councillor Carol Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think taking on board what Councillor Shine and Councillor Melissa have said, I think it's a point of time, because we do have local artists here, and we'll find that when the Russell Street recommendations come to us. It was possibly just that nobody local actually put in for that at the time. That was so I think that we do have them, but you can't make them apply for things. So I think that this tells a story. It's a piece of artwork. You can't interpret everything. So I actually think it's quite exciting, and I think that whilst it would be lovely if there was somebody that was local, they obviously haven't put in for it. We do have a couple of really good artists that have moved into our region just recently, and I think that you'd be pleasantly surprised in the next one that comes. So it also has to be of value for our community, and it has to be a valuable piece of artwork going forward, and I think that this will enhance the library quite well. Delighted to hear that this particular young lady has a connection with our district. So Thank you.
Councillor Summerfield, and then Councillor Harris-Sullivan.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Andrew. I'd just like to acknowledge Councillor Tim, who chaired the PARG, and the other councillors on it were Councillor Carey, Councillor Megan, and myself, and a number of staff. You mentioned earlier about there being 3 that were provided by UAP. Staff have actually told me there were 7 that were provided by UAP, and so I'm actually wanting to know, of those 7, and you mentioned First Nations, but we said that we wanted to be inclusive, that we wanted to allow everyone the opportunity, all artists the opportunity, not just First Nations, the opportunity to put forward their artwork. I just wonder, of those 7, how many of those were local artists?
Thank you, Councillor. Yep, so 7 artists were shortlisted by UAP for the final 2. Of those 7, 3 were considered local Toowoomba-based artists. Going back to Councillor Harris-Sullivan's point, the recommended artist has family connections from Highfields. That is through marriage. That was what was provided to us by UAP on the day. Through the evaluation process set out by the Public Art Strategy, there were considerations for merit of belonging to the area, as well as their artistic talent and public art experience, as well as a few other metrics under the evaluation process. And on the balance of all evaluation criteria, the 2 shortlisted from the UAP as profound experience in public art presented the two shortlisted to the PARG on the 6th of December.
Thank you.
Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Oh, thanks, Mr Mayor. I just wanted to correct the record about Cathro Park. That artist there was Kim Walmsley, who's a local artist, and she works with Bram Stevens to construct that. Well, I'm not sure about that, but she's a local artist, and it was chosen for its connection to the art here outside the art gallery. So, yeah.
Okay, are there any further questions? Councillor Carl, you're...
Just a comment, if I may, Mr Chair. I'm absolutely delighted in the PARG's decision around the pieces of artwork. In fact, it's very significant in the connection to the Bunya Way. That is a phrase that's been coined by many now. So if we ever do move into seriously thinking about international tourism and trails, you will find one of the oldest sites, in fact older than the pyramids, Gummanduru out the back, which was a meeting place on the way to the Bunyas and the feasts and festivals. You'll also know or may not know that there was a secret women's place, site, a birthing site back closer to Corridor Drive off Frankie's Scrub, just down from there. So the significance of the Coolamon and the Bunya nuts and as part of a trail could be very significant as a piece of public art in the future. So I think you guys, and sorry, I mean guys generically, ladies and gents have done extremely well, and I think the community will be very proud of the artwork for generations to come. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Carl. Any other comments around the room? Councillor McMahon.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just to make a comment, it was a pleasure to chair this particular PARG. Obviously, the chair doesn't make the decision. It's a around the room decision, similar to here. And I think we've got to a very good place with some amazing art and someone that does have a connection to the very local area through family and Indigenous connections. And as we sat on that PARG, there were two options presented to us. The UAP is a Brisbane-based company, and the two shortlisted options were living in Brisbane, to my knowledge at the time, whether they have family connections up here. And I think we need to take those learnings on board, and when we say local, we need to perhaps look at local, extremely local next time. That's what was presented to us, the two options, and I believe we came to a great outcome. I would also say that it's a public art reference group, meaning the public should have some say, a lot of the say in this, and my concern was when we came to the decision-making meeting on this, the only people present in the room were councillors or council staff, and so I actually stopped the meeting until we had at least some representation from the community. So I think that while I'm happy to have chaired this particular PARG, and I think we've come to an amazing outcome, we can learn from what we could have done better in the next option when this comes forward again, and the local is better. And I'd like to see significantly more community representation on PARGs rather than a few and the vast majority of it council staff. But no, I endorse the PARG's decision, and I think we've come to an amazing outcome with some great art. But moving forward, local is the best kind of local. And there's 10,000 people in Highfields the size of Warwick, and I do believe there are some budding artists there who would have been good. People are saying to me, how do I get onto this? It's all to do with UAP and their kind of contacts. And I feel that if you're not necessarily known to UAP, you might not have had the same opportunities as someone that is a Brisbane-based company. So they're certainly my reflections looking forward and moving forward on this. But I reinstate, I'm very happy where we've come to. Thank you.
So are you suggesting that you'd be moving the receipt of this report?
I'm happy to move this report. Thanks, Chair.
And Councillor Carol Taylor's been indicating her willingness to second that. Any comments around the room?
Thank you. I know that I have chaired the Russell Street PARG, And the art people, it's not just who they know. They do, on behalf of council, advertise through the art groups. And certainly, you know, we've had great representation there from Arts Toowoomba, Arts Council Toowoomba, and different people. I think we've got 5 or 6 apart from council on that group and staff, and they've been front and centre with going through that. So I think that perhaps, Councillor Tim, we may have already improved in that space, perhaps. And I think that, you know, it's a moment in time, I guess, but when we get, I think it's really important that we do get specialists in that field to sort through, to get to a final grouping, because we do want local, and but we do also want it of a standard that it's going to be, that the community is going to be treasure it and be proud of it for years to come.
Get. Okay, I have a mover, have a second. Anyone wishing to go into debate? If not, I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Those against? All in favour? Yeah. Thank you. That's carried. Now, Councillor, we're very close to 12 o'clock. Do you want to continue to do one more? The next matter on the agenda is item 16, the report of the Audit Committee meeting on the 1st of December. Do you wish to do that? And then we'll break for lunch. Who's presenting that? The Audit Committee on the 1st of December. The report is with you. Grant, come on down.
Mr. Chairman, councillors, I'll take the report as read. I'll just add, I don't think there's anything particularly controversial in the Audit Committee's recommendations, which you'll see set out in the report. And I just invite any questions that councillors may have of myself or the other 2 council committee members.
Any questions in respect to the audit report? Councillor McDonald.
Just thanks through you, Mr Mayor, to Grant. The first recommendation we've dealt with, in fact we've just received an email as to when that session will come to council, so that's very positive. Recommendations 4 and 5 intertwined, if you like. They're one in the same, and a report will be presented to the Audit Committee in regard to the ICT branches. And items 7 and 8 refers to the Audit Committee terms of reference, of which there was good discussion about that the last meeting, and two of the Audit Committee members have been charged with working on a draft which will come to the Audit Committee, and then ultimately it will be this Council's decision to consider that recommendation. So I agree there's nothing too controversial in there, but they are important ones. But Grant, the question is in regard to the term of appointment for the Audit Committee members, external members, being 2 years. So that would be June or July, I would imagine, of this year. And just understanding the process of the expression of interest, or whatever process we go to advertise and promote for people to put themselves forward to be on that committee, and what time frame do you think, given that we've got only 2 meetings between now and when that 2 years ends as an Audit Committee?
Sure. Thank you, Councillor. You're exactly correct in that the terms of appointment for the external members will expire by mid-2022. What the Council usually does is it goes out with a publicly advertised expression of interest process, which seeks expressions of interest from people who wish to serve on the Audit Committee. We got a large reception last time. I can't remember the exact numbers, but there were quite a few of them came in expressing interest in this role. Those applications were assessed last time by 3 council officers, and a short list of the most preferred candidates were brought to the council so that you could choose amongst those who were most highly qualified to determine those which you preferred. I don't have an exact recollection of how many names we brought to you last time, but that can be as we could include 5 or 10 next time if that's the preference. And that will be happening fairly soon. It is a decision of the council as to who they see fit to put on the audit committee, but I would envisage we would bring back a report within 3 months.
Thank you. No, that's good, and we received the extensive list, but then a short list of recommended folks. So perhaps to make it a recommendation makes it easier for councillors to understand, but maybe there's a different method to do that for councillors to have a greater say amongst those candidates as to who's there. So perhaps that's a conversation to have with the CEO and between now and when that happens as to that final process or report that comes to council.
Sure.
Any further questions in respect to this report? If not, would someone move the receipt of this report, please? Councillor McDonald, a seconder, please. Councillor Shine. Those in favour? It's carried. Would someone like to move that we adjourn for lunch, please, and we return at approximately 12:45? Councillor Von Hoff has moved that and Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan has seconded that. Those in favour? It's carried. We move to item 17, which is the request for secondment extension for Toowoomba and Surat Basin Enterprise. Seamus, over to you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and good afternoon, councillors. So before you today is a request from Toowoomba and Surat Basin Enterprise for an extension of the existing secondment that council approved back in June of last year for a council officer to work with TSBE for approximately 6 months to investigate opportunities for the Toowoomba region that might emanate from the 2032 Olympic Games that will be hosted in Brisbane, South East Queensland, and part of that would be in Toowoomba, all things going well. So in July 2021, Brisbane was officially awarded the Games. The council officer commenced the secondment in August of last year and is scheduled to finish that secondment at the end of this month, in January. Understand that the report that would be produced by that officer as a result of this initial secondment is expected to be coming to council in February. Given the secondment is about to expire, TSB have requested an extension for 12 months so that they could further explore an identified number of opportunities that have come out of the initial work being done by the officer in the secondment, and those are listed in the proposal that I believe is an attachment to the report. And I think that's probably the crux of it. Happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions for Seamus? Councillor Rebecca?
Thanks, Chair. Tar Seamus, thanks for passing the request on to us. So on page 2 of the proposal from TSB, it talks about the projects for development, and there's 4 dot points, and this is what I expect you're talking about when you're talking about the avenues, the opportunities that Toowoomba region is going to pursue. And it talks about a volunteer information, the development of a Indigenous trail for tourism and social development. It talks about some renewable energy products and things, but no sport.
Yes.
And yesterday, Adrian Schrinner, the Lord Mayor of Brisbane, he did a post about a few of them standing at Victoria Park, and there was a group of equestrian experts who were touring the grounds, and it says, as part of our crucial first step in delivering a visionary equestrian cross-country venue, the temporary Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games venue will host about 40 jumps requiring an expert's eye to ensure there is a good test of speed, endurance, jumping ability. And we're bringing the course to life a few years out from the Games, while also converting the space into a brand new public parkland for the community to enjoy. And I saw that and I thought, well, we'd always talked about equestrian. That to me was not, it's really painted a picture that it's a done deal for them. And as I said, nothing here about sport. I'm just not sure really what, if the work that's being done matches the hopes and the vision of the community, and that the community as represented here in this council as well. So how much direction can we give on this? We have to be realistic, understandably. But is it too early into the piece to be settling for not pursuing sport? There's a few questions there.
Yes. And
let's chat.
It would be fantastic if the seconded officer was here to give you a better explanation. But in my discussions with that officer, I guess the opportunities that emanate from the Olympics are broader than the sporting events themselves. And I mean, obviously, they're the ones that are going to get that international exposure. But beyond that, there are sports training camps, etc., in the lead up to. But outside of that, there's also, I guess, some of the logistical and supporting type functions that are going to help run what will hopefully be the best Olympics ever. And those are very varied and go well beyond sports. And it's the opinion of the officer that's done the work to date that by Toowoomba Region helping to facilitate some of those supporting projects that are going to help the AOC and the OCOG to deliver successful games, that it would then position Toowoomba in a better light to pitch for increased sporting events themselves. And I guess the decision-making process for where particular sports might be held in the Olympics isn't necessarily set by the Lord Mayor. It would be set by the IOC, it would be set by the sporting associations themselves, and it's our understanding that those decisions are a distance away from where we are right now. So I think the fact that Brisbane appears to be well on their way to having that equestrian event, I wouldn't say that, forgive me, the horse is bolted on that one, because there's still an opportunity, from what I believe, for us to pitch for that and any other events that I guess we might identify. We have a chance of competing in down the track, and by supporting the AOC and the OCOG in some of these other preliminary and enabling projects, then we may have a better chance.
Okay, I appreciate hearing from you about that strategy, that approach. I think that one of the points that we're talking about here should definitely be a sport, and I don't want us to make ourselves too small.
No, yeah.
I don't want us to make ourselves too small. I want us to aim really high. We might miss out, but better that, and being sort of insistent on what, and very clear about what our hopes are, than not openly going for that, I think.
From my understanding, I believe there has certainly been discussions around potential sporting events and venues, etc. And I think we should realise that, as far as we're aware, Toowoomba's still penciled in for football games. Where they happen might be up in the air a little, but so I think these would be working in conjunction with a continued effort around identifying sporting events as part of the Olympics program, but also some of those training camps and other things as well, which I think would bring benefit to our sporting community as well, to have exposure to those athletes and those sports.
It's a tough one. I understand that there is a strategy that you're speaking about here and an approach, but there does appear to be a lack of alignment with what, say, Brisbane is doing and what we're doing. And Brisbane, rightly or wrongly, they're pretty emphatically pursuing particular sports and setting up all of the infrastructure to support them. And I can understand that if I put myself in the shoes of the governing bodies or the IOC and AOC, if there's a venue there with all of the infrastructure, then that's pretty appealing. And then that would bring about the decisions for that place to be the host. So I think that there's some, we'll open it up to the floor and see what else is said. Thanks.
Can I just comment on that, if you don't mind? I think those people who sat around the table that I sat around and getting the Olympic Games here, who were my friends and now they're my competitors, now our competitors, I think there's a degree of confidence that, particularly in regard to equestrian, that Toowoomba has a particularly good potentially has a particularly good outfit for equestrian. May not win the prize, but don't forget that in the months leading up to the Olympic Games, with the airport we have here, it may be there'd be a whole lot of horses and teams here in Toowoomba, all of which would be tremendous benefit. And what you say is absolutely right. Victoria Park lacks certain things, I'm told by some people in equestrian, that we don't lack. But then we need to put capital into what we've got here, and that's an issue. But be assured that the Show Society are certainly working hard, as would be Equestrian Queensland, the people I've met with, to get a balance to it. And look, I think we've got to go on this journey. We've got to particularly engage the community, the broader community here. They've got to take ownership. It's not just about council, it's about the broader community. Any other? I had Councillor Summerfield, you wish to make a comment, and Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I really, excuse me, I'd really like to see that the report that we initially adopted, which outlined what this secondment was supposed to entail, and I was of the impression exactly what Councillor Rebecca said, and really exactly what the Mayor was just saying, and that is that we need to be exploring what opportunities there are for sport here in our region. And if that's not what's happening, then we've got to change the narrative of what TSB is doing. If we're going to agree to this secondment being extended until the end of June today, whether we do or not is still to be decided, but if we're going to do that, we need to provide it with direction on what we actually want to see as an outcome. What's the point in us spending all this money? It'll be nearly $140,000 we'll be spending. And if we're not going to get the outcomes we wanted, well, why would we extend it for another 6 months? I think we do need to provide direction around that, in my view. In addition to that, the monthly updates which are mentioned in point 2 in the recommendation, where do they go? Who sees them? Do we get them?
As far as I'm aware, they get delivered to the office's substantive manager and to the Mayor.
Okay, well, they need to be circulated to all councillors so that we know what's going on as well. And that would be a first outcome I'd like to see from this discussion today, that we actually get these monthly updates. I think it's important that we do. And then I also think that we need to include in the recommendation, making it quite clear that at the 30th of June it's all up. There's no further extensions. But we need to be getting the outcomes that we've asked for. And it would be really nice to see the wording around the initial report that we agreed to this secondment, so we knew exactly what we were asking for. But I'm sure that we were asking for exactly what you were saying, Mr Mayor and Councillor Rebecca, that we get good sporting outcomes from the Olympics. And if we're not looking at the sport, what, you know?
Can I just humbly suggest that there'll be a report come to council next month, as Seamus already said, which I would hope would outline the opportunities that we have. That would be my expectation of that report that comes to us in February. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I appreciate the opportunity to speak because I totally agree with the first two speakers. No mention here of sport. Yes, Brisbane made that announcement. Yes, and they will. Their drawbacks of stabling, but they'll have that over at the RNA grounds. So, you know, that necessarily not hosting an event doesn't preclude us from having. They won't be able to practice on the course. They'll have to come here, acclimatise, get their horses. The horses will come through Wellcamp. They won't go through Brisbane. They'll come fly into Wellcamp.
Yep.
So it's a wonderful opportunity for us, and we haven't got anything written there. The other thing is that has been mentioned that should Charlton be up and running, that the clay shooting and the archery are a possibility there, and that would be something for us. I take councillors' minds back to 2000 when the Norwegian athletic team was billeted here in their lead up to get acclimatised, and they used the Glennie tartan track. And then for the next lot, also, I think it was the Commonwealth Games, that the hockey team went to Warwick. Now, we have world-class hockey facilities here. So in my view, all of this is important, but in my view, we should be doing everything we can to set ourselves up as a training ground for particularly the hockey, for equestrian and other things where we already have the facilities that are here. And I am also terribly disappointed to see that there is no mention of that here, and I think that should be a consideration. How close are we to Brisbane? How close are we to most of those facilities? And at the end of the day, that's a real selling point, and the fact that the horses will come, racehorses that are racing here at the Winter Carnival come in and out through Wellcamp, and they go down the range in horse transports. So at the end of the day, a lot of the horses could well be stabled here and then compete, even if the cross country and the equestrian area is down in Brisbane. There's not a lot of stabling down there, and maybe a lot of people, I know horse people, like to have their horses in more natural situations rather than in a city complex. So I would be very disappointed, unlike Councillor Summerfield, if there's something concrete that's happening, I may look favourably at an extension. But this doesn't satisfy me at all. And I have to be honest with you that I believe that I'm in line with what our community is looking for. They're looking for us to get some benefit for sport. As we mentioned sport, if we have training facilities and things, it leaves a legacy for our community. Now, we're a huge equestrian area, and for councillors who don't know, we've held 3 Australian national inter-school, secondary schools, equestrian competitions here at the showgrounds. Now, that's almost as big as an Olympics. I was a patron for 2 of them, so I know exactly. Paul Reedy and his team ran the most amazing things. The kids came and their horses came from all states in Australia. And then they've also run, I think it's 3, maybe it's 4, and I think there's another one coming up for the interstate, the state one that's coming up. So we've got that expertise around the place. Paul's quite excited. I gave his name into there, but I have heard nothing about whether he's been contacted or what. He was very excited about it. A lot of people are very excited about the opportunities that present themselves here, and I don't see any mention. Maybe it's happening, I don't know, but if it is, we need to know. I'm sorry, but I think that the lack of having any kind of benefit through sport in any way is not mentioned in here. If it's not mentioned in here, it may not be happening, and I think that's disappointing.
Not being privy to the reporting that's done in the secondment to date, my assumption would be, given the background of the officer and obviously the focus from council and the community, that the sporting opportunities would be addressed in that report. But I guess when that's presented to council, then we'll know.
So through you, Mr Mayor, back onto that, and don't take this as a criticism, well, perhaps it is. If it's not there now, then we wait till the end of all this and find that it hasn't been considered. I think we need to give a little bit of direction now.
Well, as I said before, I'm expecting something in terms of, quite definite in terms of the future prospects to come at the next meeting of council, when the report is delivered by Mark. Okay, Councillor Tim.
Look, thanks, Chair. I do welcome that report when it comes, but if I could perhaps throw my voice behind the chorus around the room, voicing our concerns that, Pacific Island labour work for agricultural purposes or wind turbines are all good things, but perhaps we weren't clear enough to this officer of what we wanted to see. I was under the impression we were going to get every sport, break it down, see where we had a potential, don't worry about that one, this could happen, and get some sort of a plan together with every sport and option, because those initial meetings were like, right, how do you eat this elephant one bite at a time? We see what we've got, we see what we can do and what we should go for. And, I would add my support to the concern that we're not really seeing the direction we wanted it to go, rather we're seeing in a different direction. And like I said, there's a report coming and I welcome that, but perhaps we need to be more clear to the officer at Tisby what we're actually expecting. Where, ideally medals given out in Toowoomba region would be my best hope, and call it a high dream. That's still what I want to aim for. And any sport that we can get up here that people can come and see. I think that's what, when we did this, and Councillor Taylor said it, the community was expecting this to be at least a roadmap of what we can aim for and what we should aim for. And what's in this report today is certainly to the side of that and important, but probably not my first preference. So while I'm happy to give the continued secondment, perhaps we need to look at the job descriptions and roles and those kind of things and see what we're requiring. Thanks.
Councillor Megan, you're next.
Thank you,
And then
Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Bill.
Seamus, I'm just a bit confused about how long this request is for, because in the beginning of the report it says until June 2022, but then in the report it says for another 12 months from here.
Yes, so, sorry, just to clarify, the request from TSBE is to extend the secondment for a period of 12 months. I guess from an internal council perspective and from an accounting perspective, it's cleaner for us to extend it to the end of this financial year so that we're containing that commitment in one financial year. And then that's where the recommendation says to potentially review any further commitment to that secondment once you've received a report that would come at the end of this proposed secondment extension. So they have requested 12 months, but we're recommending 6 months to the end of the financial year rather than the 12.
Councillor Bill.
Yeah, through you, Chair. Question, Seamus. I'm just wondering, given the financial implications on page 3 of 4 of the report, 11,333 per calendar month, that's inclusive of tools of the trade, mobile phone, motor vehicle. It worries me a bit that TSBE are already setting their sights on 12 months extension and we're going to review at the end of 6. So we may as well cut to the chase and say they're looking at a 12-month extension, full stop. So I'm just wondering, what is the actual benefit of having this officer with his expertise sitting external to council when if there was any gains made along the lines of what councillors have already mentioned, council is the statutory authority around planning approvals and building regs and a whole host of things. I know TSBE have said that they're the go-to according to others for this position. I just question the validity of secondment dollars when we may very well get the benefit of internal dedicated officer hours. Don't put him on a part-time FTE. Bring him back in-house and continue to work with TSBE, but we don't have the secondment expenses. I'm just wondering and particularly given the track that it appears to be going, that's already been mentioned.
Thank you, Councillor. I guess having a dedicated resource, the cost is going to be the same whether they sit within council or if they sit within TSBE, because that officer previously was doing their substantive role, which didn't allow them to allocate time to investigate Olympic opportunity. So I think to be able to facilitate a dedicated resource, the cost would be the same. As far as I'm aware, there's no additional cost to council for that officer being seated within council or outside of council. And I guess the advantage that TSBE offers is those linkages with industry that council doesn't have. So through their membership base and through their connections, they have a better line into, I guess, the industry sector, and some of those are related to opportunities that come from the Olympic Games.
So, but if the officer was, if we're all on the same page here and committed to the same outcome, it's regardless of where the officer sits from that perspective. I mean, given that it's a wholly owned subsidiary, I would imagine they'd be working in the council's interest anyway. And I just question when you say the cost would be the same, the added benefit of the other in-kind and administrative you know, I see that there would be more value gained in-house from that officer being a dedicated person to that role. I just question, at 11,333 per month, that's a fair lick of money. Let's not kid ourselves here, we'll be reviewing this again after the 30th of June, and you've just said to us that it's really just for bookkeeping for the financial year. So I just wonder, and as I said, if there are any significant gains, everything has to come through council from a building regs, statutory planning approval, all those sorts of regulations anyway. So I don't know. I don't know. I just can't see the value seriously.
Thanks, Councillor Carl. I would imagine the most critical thing with the success of the Olympic Games in this area would be that this area has a group of people representing the broadest sports and you know, maybe we're included, TSB would be included, but a committee of people that actually have a passion to bring something here, not just us, not just TSB, but a broader experience. And I think that's the angle we need to get to. All these sporting elements coming together, working together for a common cause. That would be my view of it. Now, the next person is Rebecca. You had your hand up earlier.
I think, thanks, Chair. I think perhaps Councillor McDonald might have been just ahead of me because
I made a judgment, it was a photo finish.
Okay, all right. Well, I think that after we all have, there might be more questions, but I think that this is a bit undercooked and that we probably need to defer it until we see this report that you speak of for next month.
I think so.
And we might need to give additional direction about the sporting focused. We might need to bring it back in-house because I wonder if it's sitting in TSB is part of the reason that we're getting, you know, the focus being more about renewable energy products and the non and you know the tourism, the agricultural industry and that sort of stuff. All great, but not really where our heads are for this. So I foreshadow an alternative motion where we defer it for a month, but I can see that there's more questions.
Okay, Councillor McDonald and Councillor Shine.
Thanks.
You're right, Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Mayor. A couple of comments and then probably Seamus, you could answer some questions. I guess it is a shame we haven't had the officer here, but probably more importantly, we haven't seen any of the other background to where they've got to this point in the conversations that have taken place. The Olympics is the largest sporting event in the world, the largest sporting event in the world. So it would make perfect sense that the number one thing that we look at, in my opinion, is the sport. All of the other legacy projects and what have you are very important, critically important. But if we look at the sport first and distill what opportunities we have there, we can then allocate more time on the things that we may get a better chance at, and it might be these things. So I guess that's where I've got an open mind in regard to other information that's been going. What we've been provided today doesn't instil a great level of confidence that we have explored all of those sports, and I know there's been lots of discussions since the Commonwealth Games at the Gold Coast about what sports we could have here and what have you. So all that discussion is going on. We've got a momentum of goodwill of people wanting to get involved and give their information and foresight, keeping in mind we're now 10 years away, 10 years and about 6 months away from the Olympic Games. And to qualify for an Olympic Games in most of the sports, you need to have had at least a World Championship or at the maximum World Championship, at least an Oceania, at least a national championship. So these all take years in advance. So if you're thinking about a sport, and let's use one that I think we could actually get, and we haven't spoken about it at length, but we could actually get, if we're fair income and we actually scope and narrow down to what we can do. And the sport is road cycling. because we've had an Oceania, we've had 2 Oceanias, we meet the criteria, we've got the courses, we've got everything there that's in place. But unfortunately, others are doing the same thing, or fortunately, whatever the case may be. So I think if we look at the sports, and I agree in part that I don't want to come to a solution of where they're going until I get that full report, keeping in mind that this position finishes at the end of this month. So therefore, there may be an extension of 1 month until we get that report in, just by way of process, to make sure that that can happen, which I'd be more than happy to support. But I do think it comes down to making sure that council is representative of the community views, and then there's a workshop that takes place with whomever it may be, whether it is TSB or others, to actually formulate the strategy to do this. Because to me, if we get to sport first and we can narrow down what we're after, we're not going to get the, who knows what we could get. Who knows what sports will be at the 2032 Olympics that aren't there now. But I think that's the priority. So the message clearly from me to come back by February for the report that's coming, if it is a report or information session, is has work been done there, and a spreadsheet or something that shows the sport, how the criteria has been set for that assessment of it, because the criteria is pretty important to make sure that there's some sports you just wipe out straight away. But road cycling, and I'll push it again, is one that we seriously should be fair dinkum about. That is definitely one, because it's the challenge that cyclists want. So I do think that I agree with the Mayor. I think if TSB or if the person can present on what they've looked at with the sports, we then get a clear indication. I would be very supportive of extending it by 1 month to get to that report, because then it gives us all an opportunity to say, okay, well, this is where we're at. Let's allocate more time on this, less time on that, because to me, renewable energy project, fantastic. That's TSB's, right? That's their job. And I know it's at TSB at the moment, but to me, labour for specific nations, that's really TSB. So this person may identify it, but then it goes to where it needs to go. Even the cultural significant Indigenous trail. Happy with that. It's fantastic. It should be. That's one of the pillars of the Olympic Games. But should that be led by that group, or should it sit somewhere else? So I do think that there's a great discussion that should be had, and looking forward to February. But rather than deferring without a date, I would be deferring it till post that session, because I think we need to maintain the employment for that person at that point. They then have heard this conversation. They know what they need to come back with. And they may have a lot of this stuff done. It's just not presented today, which I think is a failing. So very supportive of the fact that we shouldn't lose sight that it is the world's largest sporting event, first and foremost. And all the other things are very, very important, need to be there, but they flow off it. So I'd be, if Councillor Rebecca is comfortable with that, to defer a decision. But we need to make sure that position continues while that person's in there. So it would be defer a decision, extend the contract until a report comes to council. Words to that effect.
And that's possibly a couple of months rather than just a single month.
Well, it could well be.
Yep. Councillor Melissa? Sorry?
I thought out loud. Why would they need more than a month? We were just told before it was coming to us next month.
Just giving them time to tidy up things. I think 1 month is a month from today, which is...
It's a 1 month, sorry Mr Mayor, it's a 1 month from when the contract finishes, which is the 31st of January, so it will be to the end of February.
Yeah,
but
well,
that said,
okay.
We could get information in that session that might change some of the thinking. And that's why I'm keeping an open mind, but I just want to emphasise the support that it's a sporting event first and foremost, and all the other things are there, which we should be pushing. We fair dinkum should be pushing as hard as we possibly can right now for an Olympic sport to be here. That's what we should be pushing.
Here.
And when we get the February report, well, that'll be the day one of pushing for that, I would imagine. Oh, yeah. Yeah, all that's part of it. Councillor Melissa, sorry about that.
That's okay.
Over to you now. You got the floor.
I've got the floor, thank you. So I just, in support of Councillor Rebecca and Councillor Jeff in extending it that month, I am so keen to see the report because I'm just wondering how far the officer has gone from a point of view that Councillor Carroll and I met with a body, and I don't know if it's for publication, so I'm not going to say it here in an open forum, but we had a meeting with a body at the end of last year, and this body is actually already looking at doing work to bring a sport here for the Olympics. So we know what is happening out there in the region that is complementary to what we want, but we don't know of. So that's probably what I want to gain is more knowledge on what's happening in our region, because this particular body is doing some incredible work, and my understanding is that because the Olympics are what they want to call the best environmental Olympics ever, the Olympic Committee is actually looking at not building facilities, but looking at facilities that have already been built and possibly just upgrading them. So that's where the Olympic committees are looking at. And if this body that we spoke to at the end of last year does what they want to do, that is a legacy, that is something not just for the Olympics, but a legacy for this community and this region going forward, and has incredible potential to bring other sporting events to this region. So I just am so keen to hear what's in this report because I just don't know, I don't know how far that's gone. Is that clear? Does that make sense?
Yes. Councillor Carroll, you have a comment?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And further to what Councillor Melissa has said, maybe I missed the brief. I thought that Tisby was going to work with the rest of the community to flush out these things, and we'd have it obviously, I mean, I'm looking at this and it might be very important. It's not what I expected, and absolutely nothing what I expected. And we've got Queensland Hockey president living here in our area. We've got equestrian, we've got people, we've got all the expertise, different groups of people. And yes, I do agree, and I've actually said it in this room, that we should get the road racing. I don't know why we lost the races that we've had. We had the only road races in Queensland, and we've lost them. And we held 2 Oceanas here, one because Fiji couldn't hold it, so we came in at the last minute and ran that in a very well-managed, thanks to people like John Osborne and Mike Victor and others like that. So we do, and we should chase that. Our courses are really good. Our scenery is marvellous. We've got the actual accommodation. That's just one that we know of. We've actually, we've got archery. The first Olympic game medal of bronze came from a Toowoomba resident, young Cudahy, and it's building up again now. So, I mean, my idea was that, and Councillor Melissa makes a good point, that I thought that Tisby and our officer were going to be a point to meet with the whole community to see what was out there and see what we could be focused on, and I don't believe that's happened.
Well, I'm hoping that will happen as a result of the report that we receive next month. And that's been the timing that I've been aware of the whole time. That this report would come to us, it would give us clear direction of what is possible in Toowoomba.
But Mr Mayor, if it's not on there, if sport's not here, is it likely to be in that report? Because it may not be. And in the meantime, time's marching on and other people are getting in and doing probably what we should have been doing.
I think the message will very clearly get to Tisby that that is what we want to be presented to the February meeting. What the potential is for the various sports in this community and what ones we ought to be aiming for.
And Mr Mayor, we don't know that unless we work with the sporting groups that are actually in the community with the knowledge.
Okay.
With all due respect, our officer might have knowledge, but some of these people belonging to these organisations have greater knowledge in their field of endeavour.
Absolutely. And we need to bring all of those people together as a team to work for Toowoomba. Councillor Rebecca, you had your hand up there.
I do. I just want to work on what's there. When what my intention was to defer the decision on the extension of the temporary secondment. And I don't think it's necessary or it's sending the right message to extend it for another month, because the secondment runs out at the moment at the end of this month. The person can submit their report at the end of this month. It'll be considered in council a fortnight later. And I do think that the expressions from around this room are ones of overwhelming disappointment with what we've got in front of us today. I don't think it hurts to put a bit of pressure on and say, no, we're not extending this secondment because we don't like what we've seen here. We will defer the decision. We're not ruling this out entirely, but there are some problems here that need to be addressed. We'll defer our decision until the February meeting, but the secondment, no.
Any other comments around the room? Sorry, Councillor McDonald?
Sorry. I just wanted to get clarification of what date that might be in February. Do we know when that's scheduled?
I'm not aware.
It's not coming to a committee per se. It'll be an information session.
The decision-making report would be presented to council in 1 month's time from today, you would expect.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is will the information session be before next month's ordinary meeting of council, or will it be after that?
Well, the information session is not a decision-making session, is it? It's simply an information session.
Yeah. That's what I wanted to know.
Sorry.
Absolutely. And I think it's the timing of what we're talking about now that's important. Councillor Summerfield?
Thank you, Chair. Look, I fully understand the reasoning behind what Councillor Rebecca is suggesting, and part of me is inclined to agree because we're not getting what we asked for. And so could I suggest that in the interest of continuity, that we do extend it for the 1 month, because otherwise we're going to have a person who is no longer working at Tisby as of the 31st of January or whatever date it is that expires, but will be in limbo then until we make a decision in February. And I do think we need to have that continuity, that he remain at Tisby until we make that decision in February, or till we see the report in February, and whatever decision we make then. I do believe we do need to have that extension of 1 month, but oh gosh, I hope they're actually watching this today, because they need to get the clear message of what this board is thinking about what's been going on. And I think it needs to be made quite clear to them. And I don't want to get a rushed report following this discussion, throwing in drib-drabs of sport just to try and make it look like, because we've already got this other report that's attached to this. We can see what's in that. So we don't want something just thrown together to try and make it look good so that we go along with this to the 30th of June. I actually want to make sure that we get an accurate report of the work that's been done, and that we actually make a decision in February about what we do. And Councillor Bill makes a very good suggestion that we actually bring him back into our organisation. He's had the experience at Tisby. He's been exposed to what it's like to work in that environment, which I think is a good thing. But maybe it's going to be beneficial for him to come back within the realm of council, so that he has access to the skills that are available in the planning department and all that sort of thing, should it be required. But that's a decision for us to make in February. I do support extending it for a month for that reason. And if Tisby is watching this, they should be getting a very clear message of what we're thinking.
Any other points anyone wishes to make around the room? Councillor McDonald?
I go back to
hand over to the CEO.
That's right. I'll just go back to what I asked before. For us to, and it'd be ideal for us to defer it till the ordinary meeting of council, it would be beneficial, therefore, to have the session, the findings, before that.
Oh, yeah.
So that we're not dragging this. Otherwise, if we say extend it to the 28th of February and then there's a delay, we need the session before the ordinary meeting so we can make that come true, what we've said, we're going to defer it till that meeting.
I think that is clearly understood. We need to have the information session, we need to be well briefed, and we need particularly to look at the options that are available to us, and particularly how we can best engage the broader community. I think that is the critical thing when it comes to Olympic success in Toowoomba. Anybody wishing to make any changes? The resolution's before you, and it's that the extension be approved until the 28th of February 2022, and further extensions to the secondment be considered at a future ordinary meeting of council. Would that be at the February ordinary meeting? Sorry, I'm not hearing you.
Mr Mayor, I first flagged the deferment. I'm happy to work with the will of the council and go with the yellow highlighted option and make the comment that to understand also how we lost our way in this process to get to a point where what we're seeing is not in keeping with the intention. But anyway, that's beside the point. What's in yellow works.
So just checking, there were two parts to that motion, so there'll be no second part, it'll just be part one, because second part doesn't mean anything.
That the secondment be continued till the 28th of February?
That stays. But
you want to mention
no,
it?
the original motion was in two parts, and the second part of that doesn't mean anything, so the motion would be as Councillor Rebecca's moved.
Can we have that in front of us, please? Council approve the extension of the temporary secondment to Toowoomba Strat-based enterprise till the 28th of February 22, and further extensions for secondment be considered at a future ordinary meeting of council. Would that be clearly understood that in that resolution that the report will be received, or do you want to be specific? Okay, Brian.
Councillor, I've just looked at the original report on the 15th of June 2021, and the recommendation that was adopted by council at that time, recommendation 2, was that Toowoomba and the Surat Basin Enterprise provide monthly updates on the project to council, with the final report delivered to council on the completion of the council officer's 6-month secondment, which is basically that decision is already in place. Just a comment in relation to that, attached to that original report, there was an Olympics proposal 2021, and within that document itself, councillors will probably have an opportunity to refresh themselves after this meeting. Included in that, there's the outcomes that were expected and were presented to council at that particular point in time. And there also a project plan that was provided to council. It had preliminary after that. My expectation would be that TSBE would have to present to council their response and progress on delivery of those outcomes as originally proposed, and on the project plan as originally proposed. And if there's any variation of that, justify why that's the particular case. That's what I would think that they would have to base their report back to council on.
Any other comments around the room? Councillor Megan.
Sorry, Mr Mayor, I'm not sure whether someone covered off on this. The reports the monthly reports that were to come from the secondment, has that not been reported to anyone?
My understanding is that they go to the officer's substantive manager and to the Mayor's office.
Okay. So have we no one's got a copy of any of that, or?
Haven't got a monthly report. I haven't got a monthly report. There's a report at the board meeting from time to time. The board reading of TSBE, which happens every couple of months.
Might say, was that the requirement that we put in place? Because if you haven't received a report, and we just assume that you've received it.
I would be best to check that. through my
Okay.
staff.
So if you haven't, that's really not very acceptable.
Pretty strong relationship with Ali, and I do get briefings from time to time, but I think the critical briefing that was coming here is the one that will hit us in February sometime, of the outcomes of the research that's been done. That would have to be the most critical document that we'll get in respect to the Olympics.
And Mr Mayor, I do agree with that comment, but if it's in the wrong direction or it's not broad-based and it's been shoehorned into something like this, which is indicated here, I just don't think it's what we were expecting.
Look, I think a lot of work has gone into it, and a lot of work, in fact, has gone into it. And we are expecting that to manifest itself in between now and the February meeting, which was the planned date of that major report. Councillor Megan, then Councillor Rebecca.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I just wanted to follow up that if we haven't seen that report or someone's not sort of aware of it, I think the officer who went there was chosen to do it because of his experience, and I sort of feel like we're already jumping to the conclusion that he hasn't done what we've asked him to do. I just think he's kind of an experienced person, and I'd just really like to reserve judgment until we see what it is. I just don't know that he could go off track that badly, if that's the assumption. I'd like to reserve my judgment until we see it.
Right. Well, that's reasonable. I've had a breakfast with Ali and Mark, and we were just talking about the preparation of a document that would come to us for the February meeting. That was the key. That was the key thing that I saw. The key step, the next step. So maybe we need to just sort of settle it a little. Councillor Rebecca, then Councillor Carroll and Councillor Bill.
Thank you. Mayor, if you could check if you've been receiving those monthly updates, because that was the decision of council, and that was one component upon which the decision for the temporary secondment was made. And if you've been receiving that, then that means that that requirement and that condition of the council decision has been upheld. And if you have not been receiving a monthly update, then that means that the decision of council has not been followed through with by TSBE. And that's a problem. So if you could get clarity on that, that would be helpful, I think. And I think it'd be helpful for all councillors to be forwarded a copy of those monthly updates so that we're kept in the loop, and then perhaps there's opportunity earlier on to rein things in if they're going in a direction that isn't in keeping with where the mindsets were of the council. But we need to find out if the motion and the decision of council has been abided by.
Okay. We have Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and I think Councillor Rebecca's probably covered it, but my thought, it's not about a witch hunt, and it's not about trying to undermine anyone at all. The fact is it's been 6 months, and if it's not going in the direction that we would have hoped it might go on, or we're not being told, and what's listed here has nothing, doesn't meet any of my expectations. It's more a more high-level content than we were expecting. So, and we're the council, so the broader community, we've got, as I mentioned before, several people in the community who are terribly excited. It may be happening, but we don't know unless we're told. And I think the issue about waiting for 6 months without knowing whether our expectation has been met, it's probably, that was the reason why council had the monthly stipulation in there. So 6 months has already gone by virtually, and it may not be what was expected for it to be. It's not any. It's probably guidance for the officer and TSB as much as it is for us to have our expectation met.
Councillor Bill.
Yeah, just a little bit further to that. I don't think the question, there was a question mark about the officer's performance or passing judgment at all. I think if you look at the terms in which he was employed as part of TSB to answer to the board and give a monthly report, obviously, to the CEO of TSB. There's no question about the officer's performance here. As Councillor Rebecca's highlighted, if it hasn't been happening, well, that's on TSB's watch, not the officer's. Can we just get on with it and vote on the amendment, and then we further review when this critical report comes in?
And I would suggest that today's discussion will precipitate hopefully some action and getting it all sorted out in the next month. Councillor Nancy.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with what Councillor Bill just said, and for Councillor Megan, her comments just before, the attachment outlines what they're working on. That's why they've provided this. It's a proposal highlighting what they plan to do, and it's got nothing to do with sport. So I don't know whether you've read it, but it's particularly page 2 of their 3-page report outlines what they're working on. So that's where all these conversations have been leading from today. So I hope that helps you.
Okay, councillors, I think we've got a reasonably substantive proposition before us that will resolve the issue in 30-odd days. So would someone like to move accordingly? Councillor Von Hoff and Councillor McDonald. Any discussion? Those in favour? It's carried. Thanks very much, Seamus. We'll have a talk after the meeting. Okay, we move to item 18, matters for which notice has been given. Councillor McDonald, council-funded 2022 Australia Day celebrations. Do you wish to bring something forward?
Thanks, Mayor. I will do, and this has been circulated. In fact, there was a minor change, well, minor in by way of wording, but significant change for some of the Australia Day working groups to consider in their own environment. The motion is that in light of the evolving COVID-19 situation, the preferred delivery of council-funded Australia Day celebrations will not be mass gatherings, but as a maximum be ceremonies limited to organisers, officials, award recipients and their immediate families. I'm happy to move it, but we'll talk to it if need be as well.
So you're happy to move that?
Yeah, and if you get a seconder, I'll have to talk to it.
Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Melissa Taylor. Councillor, you wish to, Councillor Carroll, you wish to speak against the motion? I'll let Councillor McDonald speak first, and then we'll hand over to you.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Appreciate the seconder. Thank you, Councillor Melissa. In regard to this, and privy to some meetings, obviously, in the last 3 weeks with Darling Downs Health, along with Kevin Jeffries and the acting CEO, Anne-Marie Johnson, in regard to Darling Downs Health updates on a weekly basis. And it became quite evident when I was chairing the Australia Day committee group that, as of last week, in fact, there was some level of confusion from the working groups in regard to what they should and shouldn't do. And there's a balance between council empowering local communities to make decisions and also being responsible both from a safety and a health perspective. And certainly the CLOs from each area put forward their thoughts from the working groups, and they varied from doing nothing at all to doing something quite elaborate. And what became quite clear was that overwhelmingly the working groups wanted some level of direction from council as to what they should be doing. And therefore, with the information that was provided, the motion has sort of materialised over the last week and obviously changed a little bit last week. But the reasons for the motion are there, but I wanted to add a little bit of context to that based on the information from Darling Downs Health. And the information, most recent as last Thursday, was in regard to the expected surge of COVID week beginning 24th of January, so next week, Monday the 24th of January, and lasting for 2, if not more, weeks. And the forecast modelling for COVID infection was something that certainly that we took on board. And the modelling was such that 50% of the Toowoomba regional population will contact COVID, which if we work on 170,000, that's 85,000 people. It's suggested that 80% of those infected will be what's classed as COVID well. So in other words, not even know perhaps that you have COVID. 15% will feel quite unwell but be treatable at home, and we've seen the numbers close to 300 at the moment in our region that are in fact being treated at home. And 5% of that 85,000, or some 4,250 people, will require hospitalisation. So it then occurs to all of us as in the positions that we are to have a responsible approach to this, and that's certainly what the working groups required from us. And it's not necessarily around those people that may get infected and need hospitalisation. It's as equally important for those that may have chronic illness or suffer trauma, broken arm in a playground, whatever it may be, that need hospitalisation. And that was really something that came through from Darling Downs Health, talking with the private hospitals in regard to shifting patients over to those areas for those sorts of activities while they prioritise for COVID. So certainly talking with the acting CEO at the time and Local Disaster Management Coordinator Kevin Jeffries, as well as Gary Humphreys, the Manager of Community Development Tourism Facilities, and Daryl Bates, also the Manager of Community Development, it was seen that this motion was the most appropriate to give a level of guidance to the working groups. The preferred delivery enables, under the current environment, enables the likes of Oakey, who do a wonderful job with their community to put together an event, did it last year and did it in a COVID-safe environment. The likes of Cambodia as well, who's some indication that they would like to do something outside in the park. This gives them the opportunity to do that. So it's not stifling in any way, but it was quite clear from those working groups that they wanted a preferred option by council as to the approach. And they're all very aware that this can change on the day. It can change on the day. And we know that Highfields, based on the conversations that have been had, have shifted their awards to exactly what this preferred option is, albeit it'll be this week instead of on Australia Day. So it seems that this is starting to materialise in any way. But at that point, they needed some direction. The motion came forward, and certainly those 4 words that have been added as a result of conversations with the CDOs, and particularly Cambodia and Oakey, gives them that flexibility. Mind you, I've spoken to Oakey personally, that group, and they are fully aware that this can change irrespective of what their views may be. So that's the motion, a responsible approach, and it seems that this is the way that people are going to make sure that our health system isn't overrun to an extent where those who are suffering illness other than COVID don't suffer more. Thanks, Mr.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I don't necessarily speak against this. I just think that I'm very... I chaired the Cambodia Australia Day Committee for 12 years, so I'm very passionate about a local community gathering to celebrate their district, their history and their events and residents. Private events are being held. Big private events are being held on Australia Day. It is a shame that some of those concerns could not have been. It's like in the Christmas time, none of us councillors have been told anything. It's like you're just on a pedestal at home or somewhere else. So it may have been nice to have had some sort of a communication about what was going on. My concerns, Cambodia Australia Day has been held in the Recreation Reserve, an outside event with a roof and a concrete floor, and last year we did it distancing 1.5 metres, sitting in family groups and the rest of them standing and out the back. So what was presented to them was not what you're saying, Councillor McDonald. It was not what was presented to them, and it was an unsolicited call to me from 5 members of the 5-member committee, I might say to you. Our Australia Day celebrations are very important, and more especially to our smaller communities. Our award nominees and recipients are recognised and celebrated by their local communities. It's important to do this as they contribute so much to their communities, not expecting any return. So receive their awards in a corner, so to speak, is an aberration of the awards. So I would like another thing mentioned here, because all of these people that I've spoken to have said to me that they would rather not have just a limited amount of people. You're taking away all the meaning from the awards if you have someone just with their family. It's community recognising community heroes. So what they would
Mr Mayor, I've been fairly patient here, but are we in debate here?
No,
Because this sounds awfully
I am
like
speaking
it's changing.
against Mr Deputy Mayor, thank you. I've indicated that.
Oh, well, you actually said you weren't speaking against it.
I
didn't you?
want to have
Moment, order please.
The point of the matter is that they would like the opportunity to have this postponed and have a community event. I might say to you that it's the only thing council does in the Cambodia district. The only thing that they have as a public celebration is Australia Day. So at the end of the day, if they can't hold it, like they did last year in the middle of the Delta COVID, if they can't hold it, they need to have the option, that committee, not the CDO, the committee is supposed to decide, not be told what they can and can't have. So I would like for them to have the option of being able to postpone it for a short period to be held when it was deemed appropriate to hold it. Because I think it still comes back to the fact that it's a community, they're local heroes, and they're recognised by their peers and by their community. And if you're going, it's not like Australia, like citizenship at all. It's not like that. It's about recognising the local heroes. And I think if you're going to just pull them and their families out, what meaning is that? It's about uniting the community, it's about giving them a reason to celebrate, and it's about having a speaker and having the community recognise those heroes and those events that are in that community that make that community vibrant. So I think that I don't see that as an option, having families and the recipients. And as a matter of fact, one of the award nominees does not want that at all. So I'm very confident in speaking. I don't know about any other area, but I do know about Cambodia. And I think that all of them should have the option of having it postponed until a time that's deemed appropriate.
Thanks very much, Councillor Carroll. You made your point.
And I would like to move an amendment to that, thank you, and add another clause.
Now, or when would you like to?
Now, thank you. Well, it
Well,
appears that
Mr Mayor, could I, seriously, I've been very patient here. That words there, Councillor Taylor, enables those working groups to do whatever they want. Whatever they want. So that covers exactly what you're after.
Mr Mayor, if I could just make a point, they should have been able to say what they wanted when they had their first meeting to talk about this, but they weren't able to. They were told what to do.
In fairness, Councillor Carroll, I think this sort of covers a number of different ways of delivering it, doesn't it, to my view, and I might have misinterpreted something there, but...
But, Mr Mayor, it doesn't say that council will support them to postpone the event. It doesn't say that.
Well, I think that would nearly have to be understood, wouldn't it? Council supports the Australia Day events of all sorts. Right. I'll take you, Councillor Tim. Are you speaking? And then Councillor Nancy.
Chair, thanks. I actually just have a question for Councillor McDonald. And I'm just wondering, we've added the words preferred delivery of. So I just was wondering, I mean, that to me means you don't need to follow it. And you can have, there's several small towns running their own events here, and you could theoretically have a 5,000 person gathering and just say it's not council's preferred, but that's all right. Does it mean preferred is only what we're going to fund, or does it mean that you can totally disregard this motion should you see fit and still get council funding? I just wanted a bit of clarity of exactly what the words preferred delivery of mean in your version of bringing this forward.
Yeah, good question, Councillor McMahon. I value the question. Ultimately, the Queensland Health Directives are the overarching body. So whichever event, wherever it may be, they will still have to comply with that. But it was quite clear from the working groups that they wanted some level of what's council's preferred option here to do this. So they just wanted some sort of direction. This gives them that opportunity. Overarching all of that are the Queensland Health Directives. So, in other words, on the day, won't matter what we talk about, it can be pulled. So that's where it came to. The preferred delivery option came out of discussions with the likes of Cambodia and Oakey, who have a track record of doing that, and they're quite keen to keep pushing ahead with that. That said, after this motion comes through, they will talk as a working group, and I respect Councillor Carol Taylor's conversation that the 5 on that working group have contacted her and said they want to do what they want to do, and I respect that. This gives a clear preferred direction from Council on what we believe should happen. So it's not saying that'll be pulled. There's some indications, well, Highfields, for instance, are having theirs this week, not on Australia Day. Others may, after this, say, well, look, if Council's preferred that, we'll actually postpone ours to another time. And that's their conversation to have as a working group.
So I suppose the funded part, does it impact Council's funding if you don't follow the preferred method?
That's not the intent. No, that's not the intent.
No, look, I've had phone calls from people at Oakey, like I'm sure several around the room are, with the intent that they want to run their Australia Day as they see fit, and I suppose we can talk about it in debate a little bit after, but certainly if they want to do that, they can be the judge of their own, they can follow the health directives or whatever. So, thank you. You've answered the question. I'll wait till we go into debate. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Tim. Councillor Nancy, you've got a comment to make. Do you wish to speak for or against during debate?
I've got a question, if that's
Question?
all right, Mayor. So, given that the Queensland Health Directive currently says there is no limit on the number of people that can gather in an outdoor public space, remember to practice physical distancing as much as you can. So that leaves it pretty open for people to be able to have their Australia Day celebrations provided they're outdoors. And I'm not aware, are there any that are indoors?
So perhaps, Mr Mayor, if it's okay with you, Councillor Summerfield, we do have Gary and Darryl in the room. Perhaps they could add some context to that rather than me speaking through that, because some might have changed in the last 12 hours too.
So while we're waiting, for those that are outdoor, I just wonder why we would interfere. We keep referring to Queensland Health because that's who we rely on to get our advice for how we manage everything, including what we do here in this room in relation to our safety with our masks and whatever. So I just wonder why we would then try and intervene and create our own resolution when all you have to do is refer to the Queensland Health mandates, which says there is no limit on the number of people that can gather in an outdoor space. Remember to practice physical distancing as much as you can. So unless any of these events are indoors, I don't see the relevance of having this resolution, to be honest, and I don't know how we ended up here, but I look forward to hearing how many of these Australia Day events are actually held indoors.
Gary, I'll hand over to you for a moment, please. You can comment on that from an operational perspective.
At this stage, none. Those that were indoors have moved outdoors to make them more COVID safe and COVID compliant.
Thank you.
Councillor Carl, you have a comment?
No question. Through you to Councillor Jeff. So if that's the case, is there any need at all for the words will not be mass gatherings, but as a maximum be ceremonies limited to organisers, officials, award recipients and their immediate families? I don't see there's any need for, I tend to agree with Councillor Nancy, there's no need for the motion. If they're outdoors, they run their event according to the guidelines that are given by the Health Department.
Councillor McDonald, can I ask with a reference to conforming with the Queensland Health protocols?
Queensland Health Directives, but I think this is broader than that as well. This was feedback that came from the various groups, and maybe Darryl might to talk to this, about an uncertainty. There's some recipients in these areas have indicated that they will not go to any event whatsoever. So there is some, and this gives them that opportunity in a more, let's say, safer environment for them to make that decision to do that. That's what that was about. So this is probably over and above what the Queensland Health directives are at the moment. But I keep going back to the Darling Downs Health information that was given to us on the forecast.
So you know, I very much get that this is about the recipients, but it's also much more than the recipients. It's about the whole of community coming together. And it's like any one of us as an individual, if we choose not to go to something, we choose not to go. So I don't know, I really think I struggle to see the value of the, and it is somewhat confusing, and could be perceived by those committees as being restrictive, particularly to the ones who want to run the race outdoors, and obviously most of them now.
Councillor Von Hoff, you have a comment?
I have a question through you, Chair, to Councillor McDonald. Councillor McDonald, is it correct to say that this motion came about in response to a request for direction from the committees themselves?
That's right.
Thank you.
From a number of committees?
That's right. Through the committees, that was the overwhelming feedback, was that they wanted some council directive in regard to this. So this provides that, and it was just timely that that we'd only received a couple of briefings from Darling Downs Health before that, so certainly had some context there to do that. And you know, I think this motion has enabled those places that want to do that to do it. It's up to the individual to go there, but I keep coming back to, we've spent the last 2 years as individuals, the Mayor as the leader of this organisation, as we should, singing the praises of our health workers, doing what they've done to keep us safe. This is one thing that we can do as a community to show we actually do care about what you're doing. You know, the numbers of health workers who now have COVID, the stress on our health system, not just here but across the nation, is enormous. And this is a small price to pay. The working groups now have the option to do what they'd like to do in the COVID safe environment that they need to do it. A deferral of events can take place. Recognition of winners will go through all media outlets, whether they're the local paper and other areas. It'll all go through in that fashion. There may be options to do recognition of these folk down the track, and let's hope we can do that as individuals or whatever the case may be. We've been singing the praises of the health workers for 2 years, and yet we sit around the table here today and say, no, well, that's okay. We don't respect what you're doing. We'll just let it happen. So I'm happy just to put the thing to a vote and knock it on the head and see what happens, to be honest.
It's been moved, it's been seconded. That's the stage we're at. Councillor Carroll, you had something to...
Mr Mayor, not all the committees were asking for direction. They did ask for council's opinion on it, but it was a little bit more than that I know that one received. And I'm very conflicted by this because most of us have had our injections for a reason. We've actually listened to the Chief Health Officer say, live your life, observe COVID restrictions, observe distancing, wear your mask, and you're outside. I mean, if it was a football game, I just wonder what some of the people around this table would be saying, because you're sitting side by side. Last year we had Delta, and we managed to hold an event with 300 people. And so I'm just, and they were distanced, sitting in family groups and standing in family groups. And all I'm asking for is and all the committees, but if they decide that they want to postpone it, I also know of an awardee who does not want to receive her award with 3 or 4 people there, because Councillor Bill and a few councillors might get it. For me, Australia Day is not about one person. It's about coming together as a community to recognise what makes that community tick, and the people who enable it and add vibrancy and commitment and sense of community to that community. It's most important in the small communities. It's very important in the city as well, but it's most important in the small communities. If you ask them, they haven't got anything much left in some of those places. So at the end of the day, that's where I'm coming from. And I would really like to have put in there that they have the option of postponing it.
Well, I think I don't know, I think they have, don't they?
Well, I'm not convinced that
They have the
they
option
do.
to do that, but I'm quite happy to put a second part to that.
I'm
and-
happy, yeah, thank you, I would
and
like
have
that, thank you.
that postponement of celebrations to an appropriate, oh, well, an agreed time, yeah, can work, something like that. I'm happy for that, that doesn't matter, not at all.
Because, Mr Mayor, if I can just add to that, for the ordinary people out there, there has been nothing. The Chief Health Officer has said, live your life. That's why you get your vaccinations. And then we're coming in here like this. People who are compromised just won't go. And but I honestly think it's about recognising our heroes, and if they have the opportunity of either holding it with the restrictions or postponing it, and I'm happy with that.
Okay, Councillor Summerfield, the final, and then we'll put this to a vote, I think.
Thank you. Look, you know, as Councillor Carroll just mentioned, you can have a football match, 4,999 people can be there whether they're vaccinated or not, and yet 5,001, it's different rules. And we're all living under these incredible rules at the moment. We're restricted on everything that we do. Why would we be trying to introduce something else that, you know, restricts people further, and let's take the joy of life out of everybody's life. Let's not celebrate Australia Day. Let's be un-Australian and not celebrate Australia Day. Let's just add more restrictions and making it more difficult for people who are already struggling with mental health issues with all of this stuff that's going on. There's arguments in families and all sorts of things. Why are we doing this? It's not our role. Queensland Health provide the directions. They're quite clear on their website. And Councillor Carroll said, you know, they're saying, get on with living your life. And yet here we are trying to restrict that. And I just think that this resolution has no place here in Council. It's not our role.
Thank you. Do you wish to sum up, Councillor McDonald?
I'll sum up very quickly, and thank you for raising the un-Australian bit, Councillor Summerfield, because looking after your mates is probably the most Australian thing we can do. And I would suggest that this motion allows us to do that. And as individuals, they will also have that opportunity to attend or not attend an event. I think this motion now would satisfy all of those working groups, and what they need to do is make a decision. Also give some clarity around it. But I keep coming back to, if you want to talk about being Australian, it's about looking after your mates. And that is exactly what this motion allows you to do. It's looking after the health workers who've kept us safe over that time. And it's not necessarily, as I said from the outset, about people contracting COVID. It's about people with chronic illness. It's about people who receive trauma. It's about a little child who breaks their arm in a park. It's making sure that they can get to an emergency centre and get looked after. That's what this motion is about. And we have a responsibility to do that. This gives those working groups that opportunity to get some clear guidance from what Council's views are. And the second part of that motion is obviously quite clear. If they're unsure, uneasy, and they don't want to follow the recommended guidelines, then they can certainly postpone it. And I know that our community development team are quite happy and have spoken to groups about that as well. So with that being the case, happy to move it.
So, councillors, there are two parts to this. Part one there is before you, that in light of the evolving COVID-19 situation, the preferred delivery of council-funded Australia Day celebrations will not be mass gatherings, but as a maximum be ceremonies limited to organisers, officials, award recipients and their immediate families, and that council is agreeable to the postponement and rescheduling of celebrations should it be deemed appropriate by the relevant organising Australia Day working group. I'll put the motion. Those in favour of that motion? Those against? The motion is carried. Do you wish to have a division? Councillor Taylor, Councillor Carl, Councillor McMahon and Councillor Summerfield voted against. Motion is carried. We move to item 19. Is there any other business that council may wish to determine by resolution to be included in the agenda? Is there any other matters that you wish to come up with? Right. Would somebody wish to move, please, that we move into confidential session? Councillor McDonald, Councillor Von Hoff, those in favour? That's carried.